Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And as always, we have a lot to talk about tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Unless you want to go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again, and if I were you, I wouldn't want that. Well, good to see you this evening, Space Fams. I would say week-ending report, but that's not actually what we're about to do. I've got two different streams prepared for us tonight. One of them is just Iran, and the other one is going to be the week-ending report. That's why we're starting so early. So we're going to be going for a while, then taking a break, and then coming back. Before we do any of that, though, some shout-outs in the chat. Hermit, Horologist, Moanoa, Pitchforks, Dragon, 123 in the YouTube chat. Looney Tunes and close forth. The reference frame, also here, HBX, Joe 47771, Quaximus, Edward Thornton, Blue Tomato, and that's it. That's everybody. Good to see you, folks. Hope you're doing well. Like I mentioned, just Iran for now. And then I think somewhere between 8 o'clock and 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be doing the second half of this evening's festivities, programming, if you will. 2 streams, 1 night. Enjoy that. I just went through my list and I felt that it would be difficult to cover everything as I want in the 12 hours that we're allowed to stream on YouTube. All right, people, let's do it. Let's start off not with an Iran update, but in fact an Iran based discussion. Although it's not all Iran. We're gonna start it off light, and then we'll get more deeply into Iran. Zateo time. Posted a couple of days ago over on their channel, Mehdi Hassan and Ayman Mohiuddin of MSNBC. MS Now, whatever it's called. Frizzlove with a super chat. Wait, didn't do it yet. There we go. What up, Space Mams? How are you enjoying space gravity? Appreciate you, Frizzla. Getting us started very early.
Fail in Gaza. I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Ayman Mohiuddin.
And we're not kidding. It's a Taylor Flagship podcast where I speak to funny people about serious things. So we need funny Ayman today, not serious Ayman.
I'll try my best.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Good to see you again.
It's been a long time.
It has been.
2 years.
Has it been 2 years?
2 years since we last did a handover at MSNBC, now known as MS Now.
That is incredible. I can't believe time has flown. What has happened in those 2 years?
Nothing. It's been a very quiet 2 years. I've been up to very, very little.
Yeah.
But I do miss our conversations.
I was going to say, I think a lot of people, when they still see me, the first thing they always say to me is like, I miss your handovers with Mehdi. I'm like, yes, me too.
But a lot of people, sometimes I would do that show and we would share clips of all the segments and politicians, but it was our chat that would just go viral. And we're going to talk about some of those chats because there's a lot to talk about. You and I, as I was preparing for this podcast, I always look into my guests, even though I've known you and I've been friends for a while. But I had to remind myself, and I looked at your bio and I thought, you and I are born in the same year.
Hey.
We're both immigrants. We're both naturalized Americans. We both worked at Al Jazeera. We both got shows at MSNBC with our names on it around the same time.
Yeah.
I look at you and I feel like I'm looking at a taller, better-looking Arab version of myself.
I'm looking at a smarter.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to return it. It's fine. Actually, just to remind people tuning in who.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the niceties here. Get to the meat of this discussion. Oh, hermeteorologist first on Twitch. Joe47 just coming in at second. No one taking third yet.
While ago,
Right.
It didn't happen, and then it happens this week, and I'm like, actually worked out well. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have on the podcast to talk about Iran right now than you. But before we get to that, I just want to go back in time a bit. You said you walked into a newsroom in 2001.
Yeah.
When did you know you wanted to be a journalist?
So I actually wanted to be a journalist in 1991 during the first Gulf War. I was living in Jordan at the time, and I was watching the first Iraq War on CNN. You remember those kind of iconic images of the
Yes.
black skies with the green tracer lights and all that night vision. And I remember at the time really drawn to the power of news, because every night my family and our extended family would kind of gather on the TV, and it would kind of spark this intense conversation and debate around politics and war and everything that was going on at the time. And so in that moment in my life, I started to understand the power of journalism and why I was drawn to it.
The reference frame with a membership, Galactic individual membership highlight. LD9K Raid, please like and subscribe to him. Looney Tunes 9000, a galactic mod, and also a guy who's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
What a pal, reference frame, using their membership message highlight to shout out Looney. That's crazy.
This is ridiculous.
My sister's a journalist, so we're both journalists. So my parents,
So
are
they're really disappointed.
They're disappointed in both of us. My mother's a doctor. Neither of us went
But
into
do
medicine.
your parents ever, when they, I mean, I know your father recently passed, Allah yarhamo, but your mother, does she look at you and ever say, I'm really proud of what you have done?
She does, but I know she would rather I did something else. Actually,
Really?
nowadays she's mostly just worried. She's like, don't talk about Trump. I was like, I kind of have to. That is the job. She's like, don't talk about Netanyahu.
Yeah.
She's mostly just worried, I think. But over the time, yeah, I think she would have loved if I'd been a lawyer. She's like, you argue. You could have been a
You
lawyer.
could have been a lawyer.
Why'd
and
you
made
have to do
and
this?
a lot of money being an argumentative lawyer.
Indeed. So I think she would have preferred that. Actually,
So why didn't you become a lawyer? What was it?
I was tempted, but yeah, I don't know why. People always ask me, how did you become a journalist?
Yeah.
I'm sure you get this when you speak to crowds and audiences.
time.
And you've got your good. I don't have a Marvel origin story. I wish I had this, like, there was a moment I woke up and I just kind of fell into it. I graduated from university. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I didn't want to be an investment banker or a management consultant. Most of my colleagues who did my degree at Oxford, that's what they were doing. Kind of just fell into kind of a newsroom. My older sister was already a journalist. I got a job as a kind of office dog's body at ITV News, which is the NBC of the UK.
Yeah.
And from there, I kind of, I never really.
But what was
planned
it? What was it that appealed to you? I mean, as somebody who
I do think speaking truth to power. I know it's cliched, but the idea of challenging people, the people in power, and I was always interested in politics.
Yeah.
So it was either go into politics, which is something I was tempted by for a while. Should I become a member? Should I run for office?
Yeah.
And then,
It's not
or
too
it
late.
was, do you cover it? And I ended up covering it.
I will say the thing is, because a lot of people draw similarities between you and me, but I think we're very different in the sense that, I don't have the argumentative skills that you have, although my wife and my parents probably think I do. But I was drawn to the journalism part as a reporter because I wanted to go out into the field and travel and witness and see things firsthand so I can be able to report on them. Yes. It's only this kind of like later part in my life that I've kind of adapted the Mehdi Hassan style of journalism, which is like, hey, let me argue with everyone I can on TV.
Don't worry, we're gonna show you a good argument Eamon had very recently. We've got a clip. Don't worry, you are very good at the arguing. Don't you worry about that.
I read your book. I read every argument.
Okay, let's keep this puppy moving. Can't sit here talking about Mehdi and Eamon's journalism careers. We got other things going on. I don't know if you've noticed bigger fish to fry, I'm afraid.
What you make of the Iran coverage so far? We're only a few days in.
So,
any trends?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first of all, on a kind of superficial level, the imbalance of representation of viewpoints is always one of the things that immediately jumps out. And you see this in multiple conflicts in the Middle East, but that one is particularly unique because you're an American media in America that is directly involved in the war. So you're being bombarded with information that is coming from one side of the story. Then on top of that, you have the Israeli side, which is also very adept and very smart at the way they the way they manipulate and work in American media and have their statements and have their own media ecosystem. And then on top of that, you're dealing with a country that is extremely isolated, doesn't have a lot of journalist access. Officials are not very accessible. So there's just a complete imbalance of the flow of information that is coming out from an operational and reality situation. That's one. Two, I think that over the last 47 years, there has been a narrative that has emerged that portrays Iran a certain way. And so when you're trying to cover it, you're immediately drawn into these moments, as happened on my show the other day, where people just repeat talking points. And then when you kind of just try to challenge or even maybe inquire about a talking point, you realize that it becomes like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, what? I'm told that this is what has happened. Are you doubting it? Are you doubting it? And so I think
we don't have to reenact it. We got the clip. Eamon was on with Anna Paulina Luna, who is a MAGA congresswoman from Florida, and she and Eamon and colleagues got into it back and forth. I urge you to watch the whole thing, but here's a clip of Eamon with Anna.
The Iranian government and regime has been responsible for the deaths of thousands upon thousands of Americans, not to mention state-sponsored terrorism. And so did the president do the right thing? Has he been consistent in this? Absolutely.
Can you just tell me really quickly, where have they killed thousands of Americans in America?
I didn't say they killed thousands of Americans in America. I said that they have been responsible for thousands of Americans being killed. And I think that that's easily something that you can verify. I don't know, state-sponsored terrorism for starters. Why don't you?
I don't know.
Are you serious right now about that whole thing? I'm not going to list out exact specific locations that have literally been responsible for sponsored terrorism.
Are you talking about the Iraq war where the U.S. invaded Iraq?
You can start out by the three that they just killed. Okay, the whole point of your network, if you want to actually talk about the facts, I'm giving you the facts. But I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about...
This woman is psychotic. This woman is psychotic.
About the facts here. I'm giving you the facts. But I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about something that's commonly accepted and known.
It seems like you don't have a good understanding of the facts. There's your little mic drop at the end. She doesn't have an understanding of it.
Right, and if you notice, I actually say to her at one point, because I thought it was such an easy question. I thought she was going to say
Iraq, roadside bombs.
Right, I thought she was going to say Iraq or Lebanon, which are the talking.
Your point, you're suggesting she's been handed this information and she can't go deeper into it.
Correct, and I was actually going to try to talk to her about the Iraq attacks, right? And that's a separate conversation. But I thought by asking her where, she would say Iraq, and then I would say, okay, let's talk about Iraq for a second and what happened there. And maybe we learn lessons from the Iraq war but she didn't even say Iraq. And I even tried to offer it up to her as like a solution. Like, hey, are you talking about Iraq? And she's like, well, how about the 3 that were killed yesterday? I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, the 3 that were killed yesterday was because we just invaded their country.
I worked at MSNBC, obviously, for 3 years. I know how.
Yeah, that's certainly, I mean, it's incredible that she would try and justify the invasion of Iran with Americans who were killed after the invasion of Iran. It's one of those, I guess it's one of those chicken and the egg situation. Which one came first, I guess.
is
Very
to get
confusing.
Republicans to come on the channel, especially Trump loyalists. Why did she turn up to be on your show that night? And what were you guys thinking as you prepped for the interview with her?
No, to be fair, this is her third time on our show. So, we have tried to make inroads with certain Republicans. And we have a standing invite for anyone who wants to come on, although I'm kind of like you. I don't bring election deniers on. So there are some, baseline things. I wouldn't have Randy Fine on. Yeah. But, we have a standing invite for anybody who wants to come on. And if they want to have a robust debate, we'll have it. So this is her third time on our show. We've gotten into it in the past. This wasn't the first time. We got into it over Venezuela. And, I try to be fair. I mean, I want to give her the chance to make her point, but I also want, and all of us do on the show, but we also want to make sure that we have a chance to challenge some of the things that she's just kind of regurgitating without really thinking about. And I said to her, where? And her response was like, how about state-sponsored terrorism? I'm like, well, that's not a where.
What's good about that clip and why I wanted to play it?
Yes, please give me a review, because I was like, in my head, I was like, well, I wonder what Mahdi is.
No, it's a different style, right? But it's a great style. There's not one style. Yeah. I like tough interviewing. It could take different forms. Right. The way you did it there, which is walking her along and giving her the chance and she doesn't take it, is great. But my point about that clip, the meta point, is that a lot of media organizations have been bending the knee to Trump. You know this. Yeah. A lot of media organizations are desperate to get Republicans on. We've heard stories about bosses at various networks going to the White House trying to, please come on the show. We're seeing what's happening at CBS with Barry Weiss and David Ellison and the kind of the Republicanization of CBS. What's interesting is you say you have an open invite to Republicans. What I like about that clip is the Republican came on, but you didn't give her an easy ride. Yeah, a lot of your colleagues, unfortunately, let's not take any names, have had Republicans on and then are soft on them because they want them to come back. You and I both know access journalism is a problem in our industry. You don't want to offend the guest because you need them to return.
100%. Access journalism is a problem. And there's another layer to the problem that I think is very important that doesn't get as often noticed, which is you may agree to bring on a Republican to talk about X, knowing very well that you want to actually talk to them about why. So what ends up happening is you're not allowed to ask them about why, right? Because you say to them, hey, you have said some crazy things, and I want to challenge you on those things, but you're also right now trying to, promote a bill, or you're like, if you're Tom Massey and Ro Khanna, there's like so much synergy right now, so everybody loves this bromance that's happening, and you want to talk about Epstein, you want to talk about, great, but if you wanted to have Tom Massey on, can you talk to him about a lot of other things that are not the subject? And that part is hard because, as you know, when you have a show and the format is that you're going to only get maybe 6-7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes with one person. You're on live TV. You kind of agree to say, hey, we're only going to talk about these 4 or 5 points, and you can't deviate from that, because then you're kind of also betraying the trust that you've had with the guest. But
the viewer doesn't necessarily always know that.
That's a fundamental problem. That's what I'm saying. It's like one of the problems that people don't know about is like, oh, you had this person on, but you didn't ask them about that. It's like, well, that wasn't part of our agreement to have them on, is to say we want to talk about something more contemporary as opposed to something more.
One thing that's so fascinating about the Iran stuff right now, and I don't know if you feel this way or if you're able to say this out loud, but I will, which is...
You always imply that like there's like something sinister about what you can or cannot say. Why do you do that?
Maybe you just don't want to say this. I'm going to be rude right now. Maybe you're a polite guy. I'm going to be the rude guy and say a lot of you Republicans are dumb as shit.
Yes.
And this is the problem. To come back to the Middle East point, to come back to what you talked about, being the Arab who was translating Arab at 9/11, we're yet into another Middle East war. And once again, we're talking about, the role of Israel. We're talking about the role of international law. We're talking about...
Well, apparently that's the harder part, actually. You can't, like, talking about the role of Israel in this.
Although interesting things are changing. Democrats
but I was going to come back to that because you asked me earlier about, like, well, what's the one thing that you noticed in the coverage? And I was going to get to the final point, which is... One of the hardest things is to be able to speak openly about the fact that Israel has said it wants regime change in Iran for 40 years. Netanyahu's been hell-bent on it. And saying that, everybody couldn't say that until Marco Rubio came out and said, we did this because
and then he had
Israel,
to clean up.
Right, and him and Trump had to clean this up for the past couple of days. But my point is, you couldn't say that before Marco Rubio said that, right? Even though for us who have covered the region and have spoken to Israeli officials and have been in Israel and have seen how Israel's entire security structure has been built around the fact that Iran was the biggest existential threat in its history, and if it doesn't go away, it's always going to be there. If you said that, it was like, well, no, like, what's the...
I mean, the day before Rubio said...
Yep. We have a complete media establishment and political class that does not want to talk about Israel unless it's about Israel being a victim of something. Can't talk about how, I don't know, Israel wants to turn the Middle East into a fucking hellscape. Or they want to seize territory from all of their neighbors. Or how they're not really a democracy. I mean, there's so many things that you're just really not, just nobody wants to talk about. For whatever reason. But you can't be a democracy if you have an entire underclass of people that aren't allowed to vote. Anyway, there's two newsmen talking about what's been going on in the Middle East. Keep us moving here. Now, a few days ago, Iran's state media released a fascinating... Well, what just happened? What just happened? I think I just got signed out somehow. Sorry, everyone. Please hold. We got a real situation here on our hands all of a sudden. I don't know why this happened. Wait, so I'm still signed in? But it did that? Why? That's even weirder. I hate that. I hate that for me. Okay. Okay, what was I saying? Ah, yes, 3 days ago, Iran's state media released a fascinating CGI video, I guess, Lego. I think you can just make this on... I guess you could probably... Isn't there like a Lego video creator? It's been around for a long time. Anyways, they went all in on the Lego video creator. Well, there you go. There's a Lego reenactment of what Iran is planning to do, been doing, I guess, to some degree. Posted by their state TV. Quite a cinematic experience. Might be better than the last Lego movie. Okay. Let's keep talking about Iran. Let's talk about how people are talking about Iran. Let's talk about how people are talking about Iran. With the Majority Report.
It's very easy to say the American public doesn't support this war. We can see it from the polling. The American public can't really tell why we're doing it because Iran's not a danger to us. But have you ever thought that maybe the Iranian people appreciate this war because they're the ones getting bombed? Let's play this interview that Jake Tapper did with Emily Schrader. Emily Schrader, the reporter Emily Schrader.
Emily, you've been talking to Iranians on the ground about the strikes and about Iranian leadership going forward. How do the Iranians you're talking to, how do they see the future unfolding in Iran?
Oh my. Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of problems with the internet still being shut off, although there is some limited use with Starlink and limited other options. But by and large, the responses from Iranians that I've spoken to has been overwhelmingly in favor of the United States and Israeli action on the ground. They're very happy that regime targets, many of them, the centers of suppression of the Iranian people. Many of these besieged IRGC bases and forces are in fact being targeted. So they're happy about that. The main complaint that I'm hearing right now on the ground is that they're personally witnessing IRGC troops moving into schools and mosques. I've received a plethora of photos from Iranians on the ground of exactly that, moving both the force, the manpower, and weapons and equipment into school areas. So this is something very concerning. It's not new. It is a tactic of the Islamic regime and their proxy forces, but it's definitely concerning for the future. And of course, there is some questioning about what President Trump does intend for the leadership. The united call from the Iranian people on the ground is that they want the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to lead a transition government. After that, go to a national referendum where they will choose the system of government. But it's not clear yet where Trump stands on that issue, and we heard it in his press conference as well. He prefers someone inside the...
No, I don't know where this insane individual is getting her information from. But Reza Pahlavi has not been in Iran for like 50 years. He was like 56 years old or something. Hasn't been in Iran since he was like 6. I have not heard such numbers. I've heard maybe some people, maybe a small portion of people in Iran have some sort of Shah love for the former Shah, but it's nothing like what she's claiming. Not most, as she said, most people. It's definitely
Trump stands on that issue, and we heard it in his press conference as well. He prefers someone inside. The problem is, it isn't Venezuela. It's not the same system, and you have to deconstruct that system, the IRGC, in order to have genuine change and stability.
This
interesting
is
stuff, Emily.
Oh, interesting stuff. Emily Schrader, incidentally, she had a big announcement some time ago as Iran approaches 2 weeks. This is, I guess, about a month or two ago, right? When Iran had the complete communications blackout. I am thrilled to announce I'm part of a historic, highly confidential alliance of Israeli tech veterans and Iranian underground operatives. Together, we are building the digital and financial infrastructure for a G7 nation before the regime falls, starting with 2 stealth ventures, secret ventures, that simultaneously sever the dictatorship's 2 main chokeholds, connectivity and capital. Okay.
This tweet's off the record.
Ahmed Chalabi. Except for this is worse. I mean, this is worse. This woman is so deluded as to what's happening in Iran. It is shocking.
Well, I mean, I'm shocked that you would say that, Sam. She is native to the land, aka grew up in California and moved to Israel in 2015.
Oh. I had no idea.
You know,
and then starting the Iran-Israel alliance. You know, it's only been up for 10 years, but we got.
Yeah, and I believe she works for or has done work for this organization called the Jewish News Syndicate, which is a nonprofit that is associated with Israel Hayom. It has a distribution deal with them, which is the Adelson's far-right paper within Israel that they subsidize.
Interesting.
But you know, I'm sure, and I'm sorry, got to give credit to Jasper Nathaniel on this joke, but I'm sure that Jake Tapper on October 8th had members of Hamas or Palestinian representatives come on to say how all the Israelis were actually super happy about October 7th.
Yes.
Right?
Of
He
course
did that, right?
It's stunning. It's
No,
stunning
it's
that
very
there's no
wise.
pushback on that.
He's a journalist.
Well,
I mean, that's not
Push
it's
forward.
not-
Jake Tapper's right behind her, pushing her forward with both of his hands on her shoulders. Like, it's like Barry Weiss. Like, that's the thing is, like, it's not just CBS. Our press is entirely controlled by people who support Israel and won't want to have an honest discussion about what they're doing in the country and what they're entangling our country in. And so we're turning the skies into an apocalypse.
To be fair, the same company that owns CBS is basically now primed to own CNN. So to be fair, there is some incentive. But look, CNN, CBS, it's not our only media. Okay, let's see what the other side. On one hand, Jake Tapper is having journalists on who are working with a clandestine Israeli-Iranian group to sever the relationship with them and their regime, supposedly, whatever. Okay, fine. Jake Tapper's not doing that. But if we head over to Fox News, we're going to get a different perspective. Okay? There is a range of conversation about this war in our mainstream media. Granted, Jake Tapper sort of promoting this, but on Fox News, at least, we're getting a different message.
Yeah, I understand that the Democrats have their own political spin on this, but I think they should be careful about some of the talking points that they were releasing. They're talking about the oil prices and the way that it's going to impact and that the president can't last too long. That is exactly what Iran wants to happen. Part of their strategy of this is the propaganda machine that's going out there saying these things, and they believe that if they could get the prices of oil up, that the president would have to draw from the conflict. So just careful, guys.
Careful, guys. Careful,
Yes.
guys. Listen, if you don't say anything,
you don't want to talk about the oil. You don't want to talk about how the oil's getting so high, because then, and only then, would Iran get exactly what it wants. Oh no. God, I didn't think about this. Iran is chortling. They are over there. They are laughing their asses off, thinking, the Galactic News Network is talking about how oil prices are getting higher. We're playing right into their hands, don't you see? That's brilliant. He's right. Please stop complaining about how high gas prices are, everybody. You're playing right into the supreme leader's hands, okay? I need you to take a hit for America.
and Americans won't notice that their gas now costs $4.99 in a gallon.
If their propaganda machine can just relay basic cause and effect.
Stop accurately describing Iran's tactics that are having an impact on your life in retaliation for Trump's insane actions. That causes a little bit too much.
I get Democrats want to do politics, but talking about the price of oil, that seems to be out of bounds. So on one hand, we have CNN inviting without any pushback that the Iranian people are happy to be bombed because they think it's going to lead to regime change, which almost every word in that sentence is ranges from suspect to total bullshit. And then, at least on Fox News, the other cable channel we got, they're out there saying you shouldn't even talk about what's going on as a second order result of the war, because then it's sort of what Iran wants you to do.
Even Trump's not saying it's like that's not real. He says, I don't have any concern about it. The prices will drop very rapidly when this is over, and if they rise, they rise. But this is far more important than having gasoline prices go up a little bit.
You know, I think he is a little concerned about it. He might be bluffing because he seemingly lied over and over again at market close and went on for so long that he bumped you from CNN, unfortunately, because that segment ran over, but about how the war is about to end. And then we wake up this morning and it seems like that's not the case. So
it's all over the map.
Yeah, at least tell a consistent
all
story.
The contradictions. I can't even follow the story.
It's not fair. It's not for any of us who are trying to, keep up with all of this. They're doing so many things. How are any of us supposed to keep up with that? At least be consistent. How are we supposed to go about our day and have thoughts about any of this? How are we supposed to form coherent thoughts when they're all over the map? Sam's right. It's impossible.
Not gonna do
Can't
it.
do
Wouldn't
it.
be prudent at this juncture.
Some people on Twitch think that our government might be corrupted. Wow. All right, now let's talk about a group of people who have come up a number of times recently, and of course have been one way or another involved in a number of Middle East conflicts, considering that they are in fact in the Middle East. The people I'm talking about are the stateless ethnic group known as the Kurds. Channel 4 News 2 days ago, they had on the deputy prime minister of the Iraqi Kurdish region.
Can you just explain to us why you really did not want to get involved?
It's not our war. We've been in too many wars.
Aside from the conversation with Trump, even in conversations, back-channel conversations, did the Americans ask you for anything, demand anything of you, or sound you out about giving permission to allow Iranian Kurdish troops over the border?
They have not asked us for any assistance as it relates to pushing or allowing Iranian opposition groups to enter Iran from Kurdistan.
So there was literally no demands or
Absolutely
asks
not.
or give us a favor or
Absolutely
nod and a wink,
not.
will you be there for us?
Absolutely not.
Nothing.
Absolutely not.
In terms of those Iranian Kurdish groups, what was your message then to them?
We have had a long-standing relationship with them. They have been here for a very long time. Our message to them was one of caution. Be cautious. Be smart. Be strategic. Understand the landscape. Understand what's on the other side of this border. Don't rush into anything that could cause you significant damage or that could cause Kurdish areas of Iran significant damage.
I know it's difficult to surmise. I know you don't speak for them. If they had gone in, how would that have unfolded as far as you're concerned?
If they had gone in the early stages of this conflict, I don't think it would have ended well for them. And
even
I don't
with
think
potential American support, air support, Israeli support?
I don't think it would have been successful. I don't think it would have led to national uprisings. And I don't think it would have furthered anyone's agenda. I feel for them because it's their cause, it's their homeland, it's what they've been fighting for all these years. But I think they just, I'm glad they have been very strategic and very cautious.
Do all of them get that?
The ones we've spoken to are getting that, yes.
Does the world always see the Kurds through the prism of security? And is that part of the problem here?
I think it's unfair to just look at us as good fighters. And we hear it all the time. And it's said to us very complimentary. The Kurds are good fighters. The Peshmerga are brave. Those who face death. Yes, it's a huge part of our history. And we're very proud. And the world needs to see us as more than just fighters. We're not just guns for hire.
There is this stereotype, isn't there, that that's the sort of default cultural position almost.
It's a stereotype. And listen, we could have worse stereotypes, don't get me wrong. But we're more than just fighters. We're diplomats. We're negotiators. We navigate all kinds of complexities here.
There we go. The Prime Minister of one of the Kurdish regions in Iraq. Making a very good point about the Kurdish people. They are constantly being sort of deemed military pawns almost, as like he said, guns for hire, as mercenaries when it suits the West. But they are, they're people that, their existence cannot just be fighting and fighting in endless wars. They got aspirations for a state and all that other sorts of stuff. Not that that's likely to happen. Although I suppose it's more likely if the entire Middle East just sort of balkanizes, fractures in the midst of all of this fighting. But what would that future look like, I guess, is a good question to ask. The fact is, a fully integrated Kurdish state is near impossible, in my estimation. I mean, crazier things, I guess, could happen. But the lands on which Kurdish people find themselves happen to be in states of other countries that are, already existing sovereign territories that would prefer not to split themselves up and to lose this territory. Places like Syria, Iraq, Iran. I think Turkey a little bit too. Almost forgot Turkey. All right, well, I'm afraid, even though Fox News doesn't want us to talk about oil costs and fuel costs, we're going to do it. Because they are impacting people all over the planet.
युद्ध होने के बाद में एक दो दिन से भी सरकार ने इंडस्ट्रियल जो कमर्शियल एनडी सिलेंडर्स
After the war started, a number of commercial LPG cylinders over the last 1 or 2 days, so that domestic gas supply, the common man, does not face any problems. They keep on getting a continuous supply. When our commercial LPG customers call us, we try and supply them from whatever little stock we have. Consumption of LPG is the same. This has been the condition for the last 2 or 3 days. We are not getting cylinders properly. We were asking for 4 cylinders. We only get 1. If there is a national fuel shortage, then this rationing is understandable. But if there is no shortage and people are creating an artificial crisis, it becomes very inconvenient. I have been standing in the queue for about 45 minutes and has been hampering my work and caused various problems. Yep. Fuel shortages causing problems for people, especially in Asian countries like India and Bangladesh. China probably too, feeling the pinch on this one. Now, yesterday, the United States released a video of supposed strikes on Iranian planes and other military tech, it would seem. You can see U.S. strikes in Iran released there by the U.S. Department of War, whatever we're calling it. This thing just continues on and on into the future. It has been now nearly 2 full weeks. Today is day 14, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Dubai has continued to see Iranian drone strikes, as well as across other Gulf states as well. Yeah, you can see up here. It appears to be some kind of a hotel. Everything seems very peaceful on the ground, aside from all of the drone strikes. Now, while Israel and the United States are, of course, waging a war against Iran, Israel has reopened its war against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So far, having killed nearly 1,000 people in Lebanon now, bringing the casualties in this war to we're in the thousands and thousands. It's like I think we're nearly over 3,000 casualties at this point, if not more, in the last 2 weeks. What is that like? It's like 300 people a day. It's insane.
I'm in Beirut's seaside Ramlet al-Bayda neighborhood, where an overnight Israeli strike killed at least 7 people and wounded more than 30 others. This neighborhood is made up of luxury high-rises, but since the latest conflict between Hezbollah and Israel kicked off 10 days ago, many displaced people with nowhere to go pitched tents along the seaside promenade, and many others slept on the streets or in their cars in this area, which is far from where all the fighting is taking place. It is unclear what the intended target of the strike was, but this is Israel's third attack in central Beirut. And when Israel comments on its strikes without warning, it often says it's targeting Iranian Revolutionary Guards or Hezbollah members. Over 600 people in Lebanon have been killed so far, and
I mean, that's a complete joke. To be claiming Israel claiming that they're striking Iranian Revolutionary Guard in Lebanon is laughable if you understand the current situation.
Give me a joke.
I mean, Iranian Revolutionary Guard have not been able to fund Hezbollah because they can no longer go through Syria. Right? They can no longer go through Syria. And therefore, how Iranian Revolutionary Guard would get all the way into Lebanon, I don't know. It's a very strange claim. It's almost like it's just a flat-out lie. Now, yesterday, Iran struck another oil tanker near the southern port of Basra. Clearly, there was a bunch of oil on board.
يبعتوا اي حد يطفي الحريقه يدور اي حد مسؤول يقدر يطفي
There you go. What in the hell? 2 tinfoil hats. That's too many hats. I'm gonna have to save one of those hats for later. I'm gonna have to save a tinfoil hat for later. Okay. Anyway, that was footage from the AP from yesterday showing the aftermath of an Iranian strike on an oil tanker off the southern port of Basra in Iraq. And what appeared to be sailors from that tanker being rescued by somebody. Hey. But here's a question. What is Donald Trump's endgame with all of this? What would be a satisfactory end for the president? Are we going to take the oil from Iran? Is that what he thinks? We're going to go in and Chevron and Exxon Mobil and Shell and whomever else, BP is going to come back and it's going to start extracting again?
You mentioned like the possibility of there being, I mean, there are many different, ethnicities, factions, you could say, in Iran. How, if there was a, and I imagine there are, we have had, whether Israeli or U.S. or British, whomever, trying to agitate these things, funneling weapons in certain instances, funneling cash, whatever. Is there any way to see any indication of if those efforts are, like, what's happening with those efforts?
Apparently, there was a story, I believe, in the New York Times that Trump had met with Kurdish leaders in Iraq yesterday. He had talked with Masoud Barzani, and the name escapes me, but I believe the leader of the PUK in Iraq. There is already a Kurdish coalition that had been formed shortly before the war broke out between numerous different Iranian Kurdish factions, one of which used to be allied with Reza Pahlavi, but now has obviously gone against him in this regard. They are preparing for this. There are factions within that coalition that have openly sought out Israeli support. They are actively courting that in public, and they want that because they know it is instrumental, it is fundamental to their success, whatever that might be.
Can you just shed some light a little bit on how the IRGC operates without the supreme leader at this point? What is the chain of command, is your understanding? And does that have an impact on, like, say, the discipline of the response?
Iran has focused a lot on decentralization of its military. I think they call it the Mosaic defense strategy, which allows it, like, the defense minister was killed, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces was killed, numerous other military officials. Trump obviously says something like 40-something, but he has not released names in that regard. But it has allowed it that local commanders, regional commanders, still operate completely functionally because of prior instructions about what to do. And that has meant that the ladder of escalation continues to be climbed without the defense minister authorizing it, without the commander-in-chief of the IRGC authorizing it. So that means that they are authorized technically to strike Oman, to potentially have struck Riyadh, the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, without the Iranian government authorizing it. And in some cases, directly saying that they did not authorize it and they would not have authorized it. That has allowed them to control the ladder of escalation better than, say, Hezbollah would have been able to, had been able to.
Well, that's, I guess, Hezbollah is relevant here because the Hezbollah has been severely weakened by the decapitation strikes that Israel has engaged in over the past 2.5 years of genocide, and also, illegal bombing campaigns in other countries. But there seems to be a really concerted effort by the Israelis to conceal how much damage Iranian missiles have caused.
Hey, I will be right back, Space Fams. Leave you here with the majority report for 2 seconds.
We've also touched on this throughout our conversation, but I'm curious about your thoughts on that front and why that's the case, how that's happened, and what the capacity is for Iranian weaponry to actually inflict damage on Israel.
What happened during the last war was that Iran hit numerous buildings related to the Israeli Defense Ministry and the Mossad. It achieved direct hits on these places. It was not an overwhelming show of force like Israel was able to do so, or as America is doing so now. But it clearly showed, one, the ability for Iran to circumvent Israeli air defenses when Israel had been claiming that 99% of drones and missiles were being intercepted at one point or another, but also that it had intelligence about where these places were. More than Israel would want to admit. I have not been able, again, the military censorship regime prevents me from making any sort of assumptions about the current situation, but they are very adamant about that not happening. Again, there have already been instructions sent to the Israeli public not to film sites where Iranian missiles are located. I believe Turkish journalists were just arrested on camera just a few hours before this because they have been filming. And we also remember last year when Trey Yingst, the Fox News cameraman, was trying to film the Kyria having been attacked by Iran, and the IDF immediately descended in its position. There has to be a complete shield around the aura of Israel invincibility, and that has to be maintained, because otherwise people lose faith in that. They can utilize scenes of mass devastation in places like Tel Aviv or Beit Shemesh when that is useful, but it cannot be constant. It cannot be.
Yeah, because at some point it becomes cost. Right? You start actually realizing what the cost of all of this when you start seeing those images over and over again. It's maybe useful as a sort of a propaganda vehicle to mobilize people, to get people angry at whomever, Hezbollah, Iran, but it only goes so far. People are already propagandized to the fucking tits in Israel. I mean, really, the numbers that have been coming out about this war, like, and how Israelis feel about it. I mean, it's wild. It is nearly 100% of Israelis are for this war with Iran. So that, I mean, you can't really get better than that. Like you can't beat, like, whatever it is, like 90. I heard like 95% or something stupid. Like, they weren't asking Arab Israelis, so I mean, it's clearly not the entirety, but you know, for the Zionist Israelis, it's 95%. I mean, so how are you gonna get public opinion more for the war? You know, if anything, it's just any sort of casualties are really just a cost and a consequence of these actions that people are forced to come to terms with, find some sort of explanation to tell themselves, but they can only do that for so long. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, even though, if you're just tuning in, we're doing 2 streams tonight. We're doing an Iran-only stream right now, and then we're going to start the weekending report sometime after this stream is done. I just felt it would be better to break them up tonight, because I have so many clips that there's no way we can get through them all in a 12-hour stream. So we're gonna take like I don't know how long I'll be able to take a break for in between, but take some kind of a break between this stream and the next stream where we'll talk about everything else that's happened this week that doesn't entail Iran so much. But I'm gonna start the galactic content goal now, just so we can be working on it ahead of time, I guess you might say. So, weekending report goal started on YouTube. Gonna start it on Twitch. Every time you search for GNN, because apparently you need a search now, or it'll never be recommended anymore, it should only show you this tiny chat. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, Soul Life, about that. It kind of sounds like a you thing. But actually, you know what? I take it back. It's probably YouTube's fault. If we had to blame anybody, it's probably YouTube. That seems fair. Okay, galactic content goal started on YouTube, started on Twitch. Oh, but wait, I've got to do the bits too. Almost forgot bits. Can't forget bits. That's silly. That's very silly of me. Bits. Bits and subs started over on Twitch. Now, of course, you could do super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. They all count towards the goals. But if you want your money to go even further, you could consider contributing on places like Cash App or PayPal, or by becoming a galactic patron over on Patreon. For the low, low price of $3 a month, how could you possibly not? So many great benefits. Truly unprecedented number of space benefits for your Earth dollars over there on Patreon. 10 cents a day. Okay, I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead. We're gonna keep watching a little bit more from this Majority Report vid for now. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Technically getting us to 8 because Frizla already donated once. for the goal. Caught me off guard that you were already on. I know, Columbia Rican. It's going to be a lot of galactic content tonight. I promised people a double stream yesterday. We didn't get it, so we're going to do it tonight. Stream number 1. Stream number 2 will be coming sometime this evening.
It's a very schizophrenic position.
When you look at, are there signs that you look for that give an indication of where this is going? In other words, if the number of interceptors is diminished and you start to see Iranian drones or missiles hit certain places that should not be possible based upon interceptors, or if there are more U.S. ships or less U.S. ships moving in. I mean, what would be indicators of where this is going? Because, I mean, I guess like on some level, it's very difficult to predict what the U.S. is going to do because we have a mad king who, it seems to me, it's just as possible he wakes up tomorrow morning and Laura Loomer says something that annoys him and he's like, we're done. We won and we're done and, we're going back. Or,
immediately,
Laura Loomer sends him a muffin basket and he's like, we're boots on the ground. I'm not skittish. But what are other sort of like more tangible things that if we could predict, if it wasn't a monkey playing chess, what would they be?
If we remember after, I think what Trump called Liberation Day with the tariffs, I mean, he was gung-ho for all of this stuff. But as soon as the market responded...
How could we... I'm sorry.
Poorly,
I don't know a lot about Seamus Malakafzali, but how could any of us forget the great Liberation Day? I'm sorry. It's a national holiday now, okay? And we can celebrate things like, I don't know, the Dow.
The Dow right now.
And paying more for simple consumer goods because the supreme leader decided it. Although, are we going to cancel that holiday now? I've been wondering to myself, is Liberation Day canceled now that those tariffs are deemed illegal by the Supreme Court?
say the least. Then he had to pull back from that. When it's clear that he is screwing with the money, as it were, that is when I think he usually gets the picture. He starts to get calls from people he would most likely not like to get calls from. The Dow apparently plunged 1,000 points today at opening. Oil prices are sky high. They're getting sky high. But what's interesting to me is that Trump is starting to not only dig in his heels.
Autumn Leaves with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thanks for consistently platforming my hero, Sam Cedar. Is British money okay? Go mammals. Yes, indeed. We accept all earthly currency and space money. Much appreciated. And we're never going to stop platforming, Sam. I don't see that happening anytime soon. In fact, I'm fairly certain Sam is going to retire before we stop platforming him. We'll be doing Sam recaps when he hits old age.
Rhetorically, in that he said that after this is all over, the oil price is going to go lower than maybe you've ever heard before. But apparently there are moves being made to force tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz to get
By the way,
insurance.
though, I gotta say this. I bring it up fairly frequently. I'm still salty. I'm not mad at Emma, but I'm salty. I'm still salty over the fact that my incredible, well-made Vergonia flag was taken out of the running, taken out before we ever even had a chance. It's unfair. I feel repressed. I'm not sure I'll ever get over it. Every time I see Sam drink out of that goddamn mug, I go, oh, If only I had had the opportunity, Sam could be drinking from a mug emblazoned with artwork made by me. Every day I think to myself, oh, Vergonia. Oh, it's so sad. Emma misidentified my sweet, sweet Vergonia flag as having been an actual photo of Martha Ann Alito when it was in fact not. And it was just a drawing of Martha Ann. It was honestly a very accurate and also flattering photo. Or not photo, drawing. Now I'm doing it. Of old Martha Ann. And while we're talking about it, look, you see the Senza Cup of Sam. For some people who don't know, I'm just going to give you all a peek at what could have been. You know, and also if you're on Twitch, you can actually see the emote because it's an emote. Well, you can see the flag because it's an emote. I made it an emote at one point. Where's the final one? Is this the final one? Yeah, I think this is the final boss. Final boss, Martha Ann Alito flag. I put a lot of effort into this flag. I would just like everybody to know. I mean, look at this. Look at the effort that went into this, okay? Vergonia, straight across the middle here. Martha Ann in the middle. Her head sort of where the O would have been. Flames behind her. A German flag. And if you look in really close, if you zoom in here, you can see that she's holding Psalm 27, which she referenced. She referenced both her German heritage and Psalm 27 in her little rant about this flag she wanted so badly. A Sacred Heart of Jesus pendant on her lapel. And you'll notice even in Vergonia, juxtaposed, superimposed, I guess you would say, is actually the words of Psalm 27. I felt it was the most accurate to the letter of what Martha Ann had envisioned for her flag. But c'est la vie. C'est la vie. A lot of work went into that. How dare I put a German flag on that? She's the one who wanted it on it. I was merely... The call was to create a flag, to create the flag that Martha Ann wanted. So I did it. I did it as best as anyone did. I saw all the flag. Options. I did everything Martha Ann wanted and more. Okay? If you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch it. It's on the Majority Report. They talk about how Martha Ann Alito, like, drunkenly, disturbingly, at some sort of right-wing fundraiser, talked about how she wanted a flag. She wanted to raise a... Like, she had gotten in trouble over a number of flags. Well, actually, her husband had kind of thrown her under the bus. But apparently she really does love flags, as it turns out. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Another dono. Well, $19 billion for Operation Epstein, Fury, and counting. Love the expensive distraction of our tax dollars. It's very sad. Appreciate you, Columbia Regan, keeping us alive over here. We're already halfway done with the goal when you count this other super chat from Frizzla. Ducks are better than macrobes, better than microbes, better than mammals. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. Lot of duck v mammal stuff going on in the chat today. Either way, I appreciate all of you, whether ye be bird or mammal. Write that down.
To force tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz to get them insurance because insurers are dropping them.
Yes.
I think there is an attempt here. He wants an off-ramp, obviously. He wants to get this done in a matter of days, like was the case in Venezuela. But I think the 4 or 5 week thing is probably going to be the general timeline. When the 12-day war happened, there was a bottleneck approaching near the end of that conflict with Israel, where Israel was running out and there was going to be significant restrictions on their part. Now, America obviously has the USS Gerald Ford there to intercept things. It is apparently bringing in more interceptor batteries from the Asian theater, which I find incredible. I don't think the bottleneck will come as quickly, but it is going to approach. And I'm guessing that 4 or 5 week window was what was given because of that is when things are going to get nasty for the Americans.
So in other words, we have interceptors that will last for 4 or 5 weeks.
That is my assumption. It could come earlier if Iran continues to throw drones at the Gulf at the rate that it has. Right. But Iran does not have, it has an immense domestic capability, but it does not have infinite domestic capability. It will inevitably have to cut the rate at which it fires things, which will give America potentially time to move in things and extend that timeline. But I won't say anything for certain because we are truly in uncharted territory here with the kind of assets that are being brought in.
And this is where Venezuela, it's important to put it in that context when we're trying to understand Trump's motivation here, obviously, is because, I mean, it seems like he was willing, because he was on this high, really willing to accept these pie in the sky assumptions about how quickly he could both like topple the regime, but then maybe even do what he said with Venezuela, which is just.
Yeah, exactly. Emma was right on. I don't know who was deluding the president or if he deluded himself. But he really did seem to think that this was going to be a Venezuela situation. Just, you know, what was the operation? I can't remember it now. I want to call it Midnight Hammer, but that was the first Iranian war. Whatever it was in Venezuela, you know, middle of the night, 24 hours, do a quick, you know, take out one leader, throw him in jail, and get access to the oil. Maybe that's what he thought was going to happen. But that was a very stupid thing to think. Okay, what are you talking about? Yeah, I've never seen you in this chat, Mr. Exit X01, Mr. and or Mrs. I don't know what your gender is, but you seem to be... Oh, never mind. It's too late. It's too late. You've been timed out by one of our mods. It's very sad. And clearly, you had tested people more than me. I was just going to ask what all this was about. Clearly, you've already tested everyone else's patience too much. I'm sorry. It's too late for me to save you. I was going to try and help. I was going to try and help you. Cedar beef. Oh, we get those in here sometimes. We get cedar beef in here sometimes. People who come in, the purest leftists on the planet, they find the stream and then they yell at me about Sam. They're like, Sam's not pure enough of a leftist. Sam hasn't called for intergalactic luxury communism yet. And he told me to vote for the lesser of two evils.
Awful. Weak.
How dare he? I've heard it like 10,000 times. Let's keep talking about the oil. Al Jazeera English from yesterday. Strategic oil reserve releases from the IEA.
Well, the conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global energy markets, pushing up the prices of oil and gas. Before the US and Israel launched their offensive on Iran on February the 28th, the two most common types of crude sold at $65 to $70 a barrel. Iran's retaliatory strikes on what it said were American assets in Gulf states sent the price of barrel of oil well above $100. Now, on Monday, President Donald Trump told U.S. media he thought the war against Iran was nearly over and the price of oil began to fall. Since then, with little indication the conflict is ending, prices have increased. They were back above $100 a barrel in early trade on Thursday. Nick Williams, an Associate Fellow at the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House. He's joining us from London. So thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera. European nations releasing oil from their strategic reserves. I understand now the US is doing the same. How much of a difference is that likely to make?
It's not going to make a large material difference. I mean, in total, it's 400 million barrels. It really depends on the pace of the release. It's not clear yet what the schedule is. 3 or 4 European states have said, they're going to release, like the UK is going to be 13.5 million barrels, France 14.5 million barrels. But if that were released all in one go, which it wouldn't be because it's going to be over probably 60 days, it will only make a material difference for 3 weeks. It's going to be dragged out over that time, but it's a one-shot solution.
Yeah, and the problem with this plan is that it only changes the actual physical oil available for purchase in for people actually planning to use the oil. However, of course, oil is constantly being traded on the fucking stock market, regardless of whether or not anybody. I mean, the fact is, basically all the people trading. I mean, there's a few on there that are technically involved in actual oil extraction and or use, like construction companies are trading futures and things like that. But generally speaking, most people that are trading these oil commodity contracts are never going to get anywhere near any oil or ever need to use that oil aside from in their own car. And the addition of more oil, as you can see, has not done anything for the actual price of oil. It continues to rise. It did take a brief pause after some of the comments made by Donald Trump over the weekend. But I'm sorry, over the weekend, but over the week. But honestly, as you can see here, it's just been a steady uptrend all week. And we're pushing up on some very bad numbers right here. We have not seen these sorts of prices for 5 years since the invasion of the Ukraine back in 2022. Honestly, the prices actually tested higher than that at one point, but they did come back down. But Iran has been talking about trying to send oil prices over 200. But like I've been saying since the beginning of this idea of releasing these strategic reserves is that they're only good enough for a few weeks. If you just do the math on it, it's not enough oil to make a huge dent in this. If this becomes a protracted conflict, goes on for months, it's not going to do anything over the long term, and it hasn't even done anything over the short term that I can tell. Nothing that anybody's feeling, in their wallets. Nothing that normal people are noticing.
So once that oil's finished, there is no real alternative.
Donald Trump has been describing the spike in oil prices, at least initially, as a temporary thing. Now, how significant?
Temporary, totally temporary. Oil's going to be much, much lower very, very soon.
Is it that the U.S. itself is having to release supplies from the strategic reserve, given as the point you were just making, that this is essentially a one-shot deal?
Oh, it's very significant. I mean, it really tells you everything you need to know. I mean, Donald Trump has said, this is a blip. Longer term, markets are going to be very well supplied, and this conflict will be over. Well, we don't know, do we? 3 or 4 weeks time. But the fact that they've sort of rolled in with the IEA and they're releasing 172 million barrels is significant. And
it's absolutely, and actually, I will agree with that statement. It's 100% significant. It's significant in that this is something that has not been done in a very long time. It hasn't happened since the last oil crisis, right? And so they clearly believe that we are in a crisis situation, Unfortunately, it's not significant in the sense it's not going to significantly change oil prices and gas prices for people, right? Like, it's just not, and it hasn't. I wait to be proven wrong on that. But you would think that it would be a nearly immediate situation. Markets have not reacted in that way. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. This dono is for the mods. Don't mess with the mods or you will be airlocked.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Columbia Regan gets it. Thank you, Columbia. We are making huge progress on the galactic content goal right now. Boy, oh boy. Big progress. We're at 6 of 10 right now. Only 4 super chats needed. Of course, super stickers count. Memberships count towards the goal. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donations, and, of course, Patreon memberships. Oh, I've also added a new crowdfunding item onto Throne, if that's your vibe. Of course, Throne is the way that you, the chatters, space fams, can contribute to actual physical items that would show up at my doorstep on Earth. New crowdfund over there. What's the word? It's not pressing. It's not a big deal. We don't need to deal with this. Just a thing. It's a thing I decided to add on there because I need to make my Earth apartment more organized. Frizzla gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships on YouTube. My God, I can barely do the show. I can barely do the show because of all the generosity. It's overwhelming. Who got these membies? Whitsun Tide. B1 Black First Media TV. Bear Witness 7708. Marilyn Langford and Big Rage, all getting a gifted memby from Frizzla. Thank you, Frizzla. Incredibly generous of you, pal. And Columbia Regan with a super chat. Jesus Christ. Wait a second. I think we did it. Columbia Regan, time to create vehicles with fusion reactors. Oh. Do you think that's safe? Would we be able to go warp speed because of this technology? Doesn't sound super safe. Does sound fun, though. Well, I am doing the math, and it would seem we've already done it. Well, we did it. Great job, everybody. We have completed another galactic content goal very, very quickly. Took us like 30 minutes. Sort of crazy. Appreciate every single one of you and your incredible generosity. Making sure that we get all the sweet, sweet content that we have tonight. 2 streams, 1 night. We're gonna do it. We are gonna do it. And all thanks to you. Yes, indeed, bask in the glory. Brought to you by space fams like you. Alright, people, we can't sit here patting ourselves on the back all night. We gotta keep this thing moving. So, one last shot. It's all about to go away. Confetti party ending now.
This is the very definition
Okay.
of totalitarianism.
Is this totalitarianism energy flow? Okay. Okay. If you say so. All right, CNN with more on this strategic energy
oil prices
release.
shot back up to over $100 a barrel overnight as Iran focuses more of its attacks on fuel, tankers, fuel depots, infrastructure across the region. Just take a look at this video from Bahrain. This morning, the International Energy Agency is sounding new alarms, saying that the war in the Middle East is causing the, quote, largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. The main reason, oil has been stuck in the Middle East for more than a week because of, right there, what you're looking at, the Strait of Hormuz. The IEA says the flow of crude and oil products through the Strait of Hormuz has reduced to a trickle. Now President Trump is trying to blunt the impacts of this, authorizing the release of 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's part of a broader release of a record 400 million barrels agreed to by the 32-nation International Energy Agency.
CNN business executive editor David Goldman is here with us now. You wrote that the IEA releasing 400 million barrels of oil is like smashing the brake in case of emergency glass. But what will it mean? Is that enough to sort of make things easier for people and businesses, or is it just a drop in the bucket, so to speak?
Well, it's clearly not having an impact right now. I mean, what John was just saying is so key. The only thing that the oil market cares about is getting the Strait of Hormuz back open. This was an extraordinary release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and it didn't have an impact at all on oil prices. The fact that we went back above $100 last night kind of tells you everything you need to know. It's just not going to help unless we get that strait back open.
I'm curious how long, if this goes on for a few more weeks or months, how long before there's a breaking point where it's very hard to go back? It takes a long time for supply chains to recover, as we saw when it came to COVID.
Yeah, duration is key here, because the longer this goes on, the more pain for you and me. It's not just that we're filling our tanks at $3.60 today. That could go to $4, but truckers are filling their trucks with diesel, which is closing in on $5.
That is a terrible. Look at that fucking graph. Just exponential curve upwards. Jesus Christ. Drill, baby, drill. All right, let's take a moment to discuss the history of U.S.-Iranian relations with an Iranian-American scholar over on Democracy Now! Oops.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the U.S. and Israel war on Iran enters its 13th day, the war is escalating on a number of fronts. Iran's accused the U.S. and Israel of targeting civilian infrastructure, including schools and hospitals. Attacks have reportedly forced 12 Iranian hospitals to halt services. Earlier today, Israel announced it had hit a nuclear site outside of Tehran that Iran has long claimed was used for civilian purposes. Meanwhile, a preliminary Pentagon report confirms the U.S. was responsible for last week's missile strike on Iranian girls' school that killed 168 children and 14 teachers.
Illegal.
The Pentagon said outdated data from the Defense Intelligence Agency likely led to the strike. The Pentagon's also investigating whether the mistake was connected to the military's use of artificial intelligence. The Washington Post recently revealed the military is relying heavily on a system created by Palantir designed to help with real-time targeting and target prioritization. The system, known as Maven, uses the AI tool Claude, made by Anthropic. On Wednesday, President Trump was asked about the school strike.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, you take responsibility for that.
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran? A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about that.
Later on Wednesday, President Trump
don't
held
know what
a
you're talking
rally in Kentucky.
How could he possibly not know about it? It's a question I keep asking myself. It's like, how? How could he? I mean, it's one of two things. He's either a fucking complete incompetent buffoon, or he's just like nobody's telling him about this stuff. It's like one of the two. Or I guess the third one is he's just lying, and of course he knows about it. It really could be anything.
Republican Congress member Thomas Massey, a vocal Trump critic. Trump claimed the U.S. has already won the war in Iran.
Already won.
Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
Despite Trump's victory claim, Iran's attacked 3 more ships in the Gulf, including 2 tankers off the coast of Iraq. Iran's also targeted fuel tanks at a facility in Bahrain. The attack sent the cost of oil back over $100 a barrel, up over 30% since the war began. We're joined now by Nargis Bajogli, Associate Professor of Anthropology and Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, or SAIS. She's the co-author of How Sanctions Work, Iran and the Impact of Economic Warfare. Professor Bajogli is also the author of Iran Reframed, Anxieties of Power in the Islamic Republic. Thanks so much, Professor, for coming back on Democracy Now! Why don't you start off by talking about your latest New York Magazine piece, in which you talk about the new divisions among Iranians that no longer fall along the old political lines of monarchists versus leftists.
Yeah, so what has been happening among Iranians, whether within Iran or in the diaspora, has been an extreme form of polarization that has been occurring over the past, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years. Much of this has to do and came under the umbrella of the maximum pressure sanctions and policy that the Trump administration first imposed on Iran in his first presidency. That was not just a package of severe economic sanctions, but also millions of dollars poured into media infrastructures, media warfare, and psychological operations. Part of what that money went towards was funding huge amounts of social media and satellite television stations, some of which are very pro-monarchy, one of which is Iran International, which beams into Iran and has a very robust social media apparatus. That the best way to describe Iran International is kind of like Fox News in the United States, where the same ways in which Fox News has helped really polarize this country in ways that are quite significant, Iran International has done the same. And over the past couple of years, it has been pushing a very pro-monarchy line. And it has really done a lot to erase a lot of the diversity within the Iranian political imagination and sort of Iranian political society. Today, what we have is now a very fragmented and very divided political sphere in which the only options are you are either pro-regime or you are pro-Pahlavi and want the Israeli and American invasion of Iran in order to liberate the country.
And when you say pro-Pahlavi, explain first who the Shah was, who the U.S. installed after they overthrew the democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, who was elected in 1953, and take us through that right to his son.
Sure. So when Mohammad Mossadegh was deposed in 1953, it was the first covert operation of the newly established CIA, and they worked alongside British intelligence in order to do that coup. They reinstated the Shah, and he became increasingly autocratic in the 16 years that he continued to rule the country. He had very close relationships with the Americans and the Israelis, and the resentment began to brew in Iranian society, and the narrative began to form that the Shah was a puppet of the United States, and many people were very opposed to the sort of very autocratic way in which he was ruling inside of Iran. That led to the 1979 revolution, and the 79 revolution at its heart was a claim and a desire for independence and sovereignty from great powers. What ended up happening in the power plays after the revolution gave rise to the Islamic Republic, and it sort of then fast forwarded until today. You have a lot of different people within Iranian society, as well as in the diaspora, who either fought during the revolution and desired something different than the Islamic Republic, or who throughout the years have been really trying to transform this system within the country. Reza Pahlavi is the son of the former Shah of Iran, who was deposed in 1979. He's been living in exile since 1979. And throughout these 47 years that he's been in exile, he hasn't really built anything. We can't point to any businesses he's had or any organizations he's really helped lead, any even sort of broad-based coalition building of the diaspora or opposition groups. He's always been there in the background as the son of the former king.
Honestly, is one of the most anti-democratic sort of, I don't know what to call, like, narratives, I guess you would call it, like, around all this, like, because it really, I mean, it truly is. The guy has never been elected in any way by anyone in Iran to anything. He left when he was basically a baby, like a toddler. He was like 5 or 6 years old when he left. Like she just mentioned, has done nothing to bring the diaspora together outside of Iran. And to suggest that he should be the leader, anybody outside of Iran suggesting this guy should be the leader, just based upon the fact that he has like the blood of the former Shah inside of him, like, it's incredibly like monarchical. Like, it's incredibly like authoritarian and monarchical. Like, the divine is like the divine right of kings. Oh, he is the son of the great former king of Iran, and therefore he should lead it now in the 21st century. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. There's the zero democracy involved there. Columbia Regan with a sweet super chat. So much winning. That's why we're paying almost triple the amount at the pumps. Groceries are almost as much as our paychecks. Feeling like a winner. Everybody is winning. Too much winning. People are saying, I want to stop winning, and I said no. Nope, you're going to keep winning until I say you're done.
He really began to come into the foreground of what is happening in the diaspora really over the past couple of years. And in many ways, he's been pushed into that by very pro-Israel elements in the United States and within Israel itself. What we see sort of play out is not just pushing him forward, but also a concerted effort to heavily silence anyone who does not agree with him or who offers alternative viewpoints of what should be the path forward for Iranian politics.
Okay, let's keep this moving. Now, the United States and Israel stepped up strikes once again in a joint attack on Iran over the last 24 hours. Here's BBC News from yesterday.
Live in Doha, where in the last hour an urgent warning alert on people's mobile phones asking people to stay indoors and keep away from windows was set to come on to people's mobiles locally. Not long later, the Qatari Defense Ministry confirmed that it intercepted a missile attack and the alert was removed. Well, this has become very much part of daily life here in Doha as those living here learn to cope with these attacks and with their consequences. Well, the consequences are not just regional, they are global, because we've seen oil prices rising. In fact, at one point earlier, they hit $100 a barrel once again as Iranian attacks on shipping continue in the Middle East, despite dozens of countries announcing they would release record amounts of emergency reserves. On the latest attacks, 2 tankers were hit near Iraq. The Iraqi news agency reports 38 crew members were rescued. 1 person has died. One other ship, a container carrier, was struck off the coast of the United Arab Emirates, very close to the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Donald Trump says the US would look strongly at the strait, which of course is a transit point for around 20% of the world's oil. You can see here how the flow of traffic has pretty much ground to a halt since the conflict started. The United States Central Command has said Iran was losing air capability day by day as it released aerial footage of airstrikes on 3 aircraft. We'll be discussing the implications for oil markets and the world economy with our correspondents across the region throughout the programme. But first, a look at what's going on inside Iran, because the Israeli military says it's carried out more extensive strikes on the capital, Tehran, aimed at hitting the foundations of the regime. What they described as a new stage of the war targeted a branch of Iran's oldest bank. It's said to play a key role in paying the salaries of the Iranian military. Well, Iran's foreign minister said the bank was full of employees when it was bombed. Militia-run checkpoints and residential neighborhoods have also been targeted by the Israelis. Let's hear now from rescuers combing through the rubble from an Israeli airstrike inside Tehran.
We are in the Haghani Street area. Several places in Tehran have been hit. One of these areas is this very area. It is a residential area and there are no military installations here. Rescue workers are trying to ensure that if anyone has been injured or is under the rubble, they are quickly transferred.
We're just hearing from the UNHCR that up to 1 million Iranian households are now temporarily displaced inside Iran as a result of the ongoing conflict, representing up to 3.2 million people. Most of them are reportedly fleeing from the capital, Tehran, and other major urban areas.
3.5 million people displaced in Iran, over 1 million displaced in Lebanon right now. Of course, let's not forget that Palestinians, over 1 million Palestinians are currently internally displaced within Gaza. I mean, Israel's displacing 6-7 million people across the Middle East right now.
Towards the north of the country and also to some rural areas to seek safety. That's according to UNHCR. As for how many people have been killed inside Iran, well, Iranian officials say the figure now stands at more than 1,300 people. Well, with me now from the BBC newsroom is Parham Gobadi from the BBC Persian service. The Persian service is used by 24 million people around the world, the majority in Iran, despite being blocked routinely and jammed by Iranian authorities. Parham, good to talk to you. Just tell me a little bit about what we know with regards to what's happening inside Iran and those attacks that we've been hearing about.
So, Mariam, the most significant development over the past few hours is that the checkpoints have been attacked inside the country in Iran with drones. So why is that important? Because, you know, after the war broke out, Iranian security forces started putting up checkpoints across the city. They were patrolling the streets with heavy machine guns in order for the citizens to understand that they are still in power, so they wouldn't take it to the street and protest while the country is involved in a war. And the reason for that is that Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump said that their aim of this war is ultimately regime change. So that has made Iranians Iranian authorities really worried and concerned that if the war coincides with domestic protests, that could be the end and it's an existential threat for the regime. And let's not forget that only 2 months before the start of the war, there was this massive nationwide protest across the country where thousands of Iranian protesters were killed by security forces. So, 2 days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, said that in the coming days, the Iranian people are going to see things changing and they're going to be able to hold their fate into their hands. Now, 2 days after that statement, we see that the checkpoints in Tehran, at least, 4 of them at least, were targeted, killing some of the security forces. That was interpreted by many analysts as a new phase of the war in order to change the balance of power for the Iranian protesters in comparison to the security.
What does that even mean? What Iranian protesters? There are no Iranian protesters right now. We're seeing none of that. Iranians are too busy getting fucking bombed right now to do protests against the regime. It's insane. It is insane to think that any of this is going to lead to an uprising, and like it's not going to happen. The only way to do a regime change is for the United States and Israel to go on the ground with ground troops. And it's entirely possible that that happens, but people claiming that somehow bombing checkpoints is going to cause a revolution is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard all night. Oh, if we just bomb the right checkpoints, the people will rise up and take over the government. The fully formed and functional government. Right. Okay. Yes, that'll happen. Now, nobody had ever heard anything from Mojtaba Khomeini until yesterday, where he made a address delivering a defiant speech to the nation, to the world.
Here's Iran's new supreme leader speaking now.
Aims and goals have been foiled and aborted. He also confirmed the necessity of continuing the defensive activity, and he also added that it's important to continue the closure of Hormuz Strait, or the Strait of Hormuz. Also, he said the path of the war, or the route of the war, will continue depending on the interests of the parties. Also, he expressed his solidarity with those who lost their lives and with the wounded and their families, and confirmed that there will be revenge for the blood of the martyrs, particularly the children who are at the school of Mina. In another part, the Supreme Leader pointed out that there will be a message to the officials in the countries of the region. They must know that Iran is quite keen on the relations between Iran and the countries of the region, adding that the enemy wants us to be in different moods in order to control our region. He said that Iran has warned previously that the war against Iran must not affect our relationship with our neighbors, despite the fact that we have been attacked from some of the American bases in these countries. In the name of Allah Almighty, Allah Almighty will give us the best, and peace be upon you all.
Yes, that was translator repeating the words of the new supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. We had a lot to say during this speech. It was like 20 minutes long. Some of it was urging for peace and unity. Other statements throughout that were very... not sure what to call it. Inflammatory is probably the wrong word, perhaps, but very fiery. Okay, that really is, I mean, basically just a synonym. Yeah, I mean, I guess somewhat inflammatory and fiery rhetoric in that speech, saying that Iran would not yield to the United States or Israel, and a bunch of other shit that they would continue. That the United States and Israel would see consequences for this, among other things. But we're not going to listen to the whole thing right now. Speaking of consequences... missiles were seen soaring over Jerusalem and other places across the Middle East throughout last night. Here's Forbes breaking news with the clip of that. Yep, this conflict continues, although it seems to be... some of the strikes seem to be slowing down. Or actually, I wouldn't say slowing down. I feel like they're changing. I feel like the nature of the strikes themselves are changing somewhat. It could be me. All right, let's go back to Democracy Now! From yesterday, where Agnes Callamard came on to speak about the Iran war, among other topics.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Sunday, tens of thousands of women around the world marked International Women's Day by demonstrating against gender-based violence and calling for an end to the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. On Monday, a major United Nations summit, the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, began. This all comes a week after Iraqi human rights defender and feminist advocate Yanar Mohammed was assassinated in Baghdad, in Iraq. She was killed in an attack on her home. She just reportedly returned to Iraq from Canada a few days before her murder. She was killed by two unidentified gunmen who opened fire as she stood outside her home. Yanar Mohammed was the co-founder and president of the Organization of Women's Freedom in Iraq. In 2003, she founded the first women's shelter in Iraq to protect women from trafficking and so-called honor killings, becoming the target of death threats over her activism. She was a frequent guest on Democracy Now! Following the 2003 U.S.-led invasion of Iraq. This was Yanar speaking speaking on Democracy Now! In December of that year.
The story that does not reach to this part of the world is how the women are treated in the post-war Iraq. What happened to us, how our, let's say, destinies were totally devastated by this war. What is told to everybody is that we got rid of a bloody dictator, which is a true story. But the part that nobody knows about is that we did have sort of a secure life. We did have our jobs. We did have some stability that we totally lost with the first day of the war. Now, our everyday life has abductions for women. We cannot go out in the streets safely. We are immediately a moving target on the streets, and we qualify for kidnappings, for rape, and for killing just because we are women. And on top of all of that, what the coalition did was hand over part of the authorities to religious fundamentalists that turned our lives to push us hundreds of years back in time.
That was Yanar Mohammed, speaking on Democracy Now! In 2003, shot dead last week in Baghdad, Iraq, when...
Yeah, I feel this is an important individual to hear from, because we always think to ourselves that America's foreign wars in the Middle East are bringing democracy and freedom and women's rights and all these other sorts of things. But honestly, these foreign military entanglements often wind up making women the victims more than anything else.
Return to Iraq. On Monday, I spoke to Secretary General of Amnesty International, Agnès Calamard. I asked her about her reaction to the killing of Yanar Mohammed, a woman she knew well.
Lots of emotion to see her, because I met her. I was not as close to her as some of my friends in the field, but she was very important for us. She was an icon. She fought so hard. I met her in Iraq. I actually met her organization there. She was, you know, she was so strong and so determined, and she fought in the most incredibly cruel and violent environment. And she kept going, and she kept going. You know, for all of us, we feel that she is one of the victims of the current war, because she became the...
Isn't that facade over now? I wish it was, Soul Life, and yet I've heard people talking about democracy and things throughout all of this shit, and talking about women's rights and stuff like that. I mean, Donald Trump himself said this is for the protesters and all this other shit. He doesn't give a fuck about those Iranian protesters. He doesn't care about them any more than he cares about the American protesters that got murdered and, you know, have been murdered over the last year by ICE. He doesn't care. But they talk about it like it's important, but none of these people actually care about women's rights or the rights of people or democracy, for that matter, here or abroad.
A symbol of, you know, this westernized person, which she wasn't, because as you know, she took very strong position against all wars of aggression, as she took position against patriarchy and violence in Iraq.
You know, it's so interesting you say you see her as a victim of this war, because you think of the similarities of the U.S. invasion.
Breaking news, as per HuffPost, judge dismisses subpoenas in criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Honestly, this is not shocking to me at all. And this is the least shocking news that you could tell me. Like, tell me something, like, tell me something that I already knew was going to happen, seriously. Love you, Columbia Rican. But that one, I knew. I mean, the fact is, the only thing the courts, especially the Supreme Court, I know that you're not talking about a Supreme Court, but that even if it were to go to the Supreme Court, and it may very well, the Supreme Court is never going to rule for the president on this one. It's like the one area that the president cannot go. They love the Federal Reserve. They love the monetary system and capitalism and and all of that. the supposed independence of the Fed. You know, there's no way they'd ever agree unless Jerome Powell was hosting unless Jerome Powell was doing like coke parties at the strip club, like like bringing in like money guns and like a wheelbarrow full of money. Like I just don't see how they would. I don't think they would ever go forward with an investigation into the Fed.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Certainly not individual members of the Fed for political motives. Like, if there was actual evidence of a crime, maybe. But there is no evidence. The only evidence that exists is that Donald Trump is angry. But, of course, that's not admissible in court, unfortunately.
Of Iraq back in 2003, when I think it was the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld saying they will greet us with flowers. And you see what President Trump is saying, you know, we are there to protect the protesters in Iran. Yeah. And of course, what's happening now is hundreds, well over 1,000 people have been killed so far in Iran.
And civilians. Look, I think we really need to reject any kind of binary proposal being brought to us. I want to be very clear that the regime in Iran is responsible for massive human rights violations. Probably thousands of people were slaughtered in January for protesting it. Women in Iran being denied some of their basic rights. So that is a reality of the regime in Iran. But making it clear that this is a regime and a government that is responsible for crimes against humanity should not lead us, of course, to see in this act and these attacks anything else but an act of aggression, which will also victimize people and civilians. Right now, there are hundreds of people who were arrested in January in the context of probably the most violently repressed protest. They are held in prison. Those prisons are either directly targeted by the bombing or are near areas where the bombs are falling. And we are very worried about what's going to happen to these prisoners. We know what happened during the 12 days war, that Evin prison was targeted. We also know that during times of war like this one, the Iranian government increases the repression. It has imposed an internet blackout, and there is likely to be more repression against anyone wanting to raise the alarm about the situation.
Exactly, and as she said, this should not be. This is just information, okay? Like, this is about a different country. This is not. Nothing that the Iranian regime is doing justifies what the United States and Israel are doing. If anything, it could be. I mean, it could be said that the United States actually led, the actions of Donald Trump may have led to the deaths of some number of protesters, because he literally, before all of those deaths were reported, Donald Trump was cheering on the protesters on social media and in public statements, saying that they should overthrow the regime, and saying that he had their back, which I think a lot of people interpreted as being an invasion of some sort, being planned by the United States. We have to somehow separate the government of Iran. Like, we cannot, honestly, the United States is too often just entertaining these meddlings in foreign governments, especially under Donald Trump. He promised the exact opposite, but that's all he's done since taking office, whether it's meddling in the Canadian government or the Mexican government or the Greenlandic, Danish governments, the Venezuelan government, or anybody else. All right, let's keep this going. Now to France 24, see what the French government is planning to do about this conflict in the Middle East. France 24. From yesterday, they had on the Defense Minister Vautrin. Listen to that music, oh my god. The news is...
Hello and welcome on Tête-à-Tête here on France 24. Our guest today is the Minister of Armed Forces and Veteran Affairs, Catherine Vautrin. Hello.
Good morning, Mark Perelman.
We are at the Hôtel de Brienne in the office of General de Gaulle at a time when there is once again war. We'll talk about the war in Ukraine, but now obviously the war in Iran. According to the Trump administration, the Iranian regime's military capabilities have been considerably weakened and the regime's defeat is imminent. Do you share this assessment?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, I would be more reserved. That is to say, what we've seen since the beginning of this war, which started on 28 February, and we are now the 13th of March, we see that, indisputably, the Iranians have used many missiles, many drones. Yet, I am not in a position to say that they have no reserves left. I can say that, yes, a lot of their stock has been used, but to say whether we're near the end of the war, no. The other thing is to know what the ultimate goal by the United States and Israel is.
Oh my god, France's defense minister, Catherine Vautrin. Contradicting our dear supreme leader.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
Saying that no, the war isn't over. That is super weird. Because Donald Trump said it multiple times that the war was already won. We already won. It's a war. I hate to say it, but actually, we've already won the war. War over. Even though we're still bombing and fighting. War is actually over. 2-week war. That's it. Don't worry when you see news about there being troops and planes and ships. That is... your eyes, your very stupid eyes lie to you. Don't let your stupid eyes lie to you, you stupid, stupid American. Now, Defense Minister Vautrin went on to say that France will not be entering into this conflict. And certainly they will not be sending any vessels, the military vessels, to the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran continued its attacks on shipping and energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf last night. Here's the AP from yesterday.
Iran has released dramatic footage of its forces attacking a tanker off the coast of Iraq. This video aired on state television in Iran showed someone shouting, "God is the greatest." The Iraqis shut down their oil terminals in response. Meanwhile, we've seen attacks across the rest of the Gulf Arab states. That includes in Kuwait. We saw its international airport targeted again. And there was also an attack in Bahrain by its international airport that saw a fuel tanker explode into flames and spit toxic.
Yes. Freedom fries are back. That's it. No more French fries. France refuses to send its military to the Strait of Hormuz. No more French fries. No more French mustard. No more French toast. Freedom toast. Freedom mustard. And freedom fries. You'll have more updates on name changes as things
Black
progress.
clouds across multiple neighborhoods there. In the United Arab Emirates, in Dubai, where I am, multiple drones were seen. Some of them were shot down, and at least one landed, though it caused no injuries.
I'm in one of the buildings.
Okay, no more French kisses. Only freedom kisses. That's it. It's the only thing allowed. You'll thank me later. No more French Montana. He will now be known as Freedom Montana. The great, great Freedom Montana. He's my favorite. He had that one song. I remember. Okay, let's keep this going. France 24 English from yesterday. Nope. Yep. Let's go to Israel. I don't know. I'm just gotta stop talking like this. Let's go to Israel. Let's see how things are there.
I'm in one of the buildings in Tel Aviv that was hit during the very first days of the war by an Iranian missile. And as you can see behind me, the apartment has been completely destroyed. Hundreds of people were immediately evacuated. Earlier, we spoke to Yifat, whose family own this apartment.
2.5 years ago, we renovated everything here, and now basically nothing is left. Look at the walls, the cracks. Parts are burnt. All the windows flew out and broke. This is the state of the house.
But down the road from this apartment block, a sense of normality has returned to the streets.
It's quite a nice experience. I try not to let the collective narrative affect my personal journey or my individual life. I avoid the conspiracies and try not.
Okay, this guy's got to stop trying to look like Freddie Mercury. He's freaking me out. You can't tell me. You can't tell me you don't see it. You cannot tell me you don't see. I'm fairly certain this guy is literally going for it. Fairly certain he's actually trying to look like Freddy. I could be wrong, but I'm not.
Watch the news at all. Despite everything and without being happy that people are being hurt, it's actually a beautiful period of life.
Sirens go off, a regular occurrence in the city.
Sometimes a few hours go by without any sirens. They usually go off twice a day at the moment, but it really varies. It feels like the number of launches has decreased.
Perfectly normal. Perfectly normal, he says. Just daily alarms for missiles. Freddie Mercury was Iranian? Was he Iranian? Iranian? Is that true? I did not know that. His real name was Farouk Mercury. Farouk Mercury, huh? Fascinating. Now, while that one guy, one guy thinks everything's perfectly normal, it's not. Things aren't normal. You have to accept that. And for basically everyone in the Middle East, that is the case. Although I guess Israelis are the most able to pretend like things are normal out of everybody in the Middle East. Meanwhile, Israel and the United States continued their assault on Tehran.
Explosions heard overnight across Tehran as the United States and Israel continued their campaign against the Islamic Republic. According to Israeli officials, the wave of strikes were launched in response to Iran firing missiles into Israel. While the tit-for-tat shows no signs of slowing down, residents in the Iranian capital are trying to go about their daily lives.
Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Was your pharmacy open during the war?
We've been open non-stop.
Is everything in stock?
Praise God, thank God. Everything's available. No issues at all.
On Thursday, U.S. Central Command released video which reportedly shows strikes targeting Iranian planes and trucks. Washington eager to demonstrate they are neutralizing the threat posed from the Islamic Republic. However, Iran continues to hit targets in neighboring Gulf states like it's done since the start of the war. Tehran also eager to choke off shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with authorities warning the world to get ready for oil to reach $200 a barrel. After the U.S. president threatened the United States could take apart Iran's electricity capacity within an hour, authorities in Iran hit back that if that happened, they'd plunge the region into darkness in under 30 minutes.
Okay, let's go from Tehran back to Lebanon, where Israel continued its assault on a seaside resort community throughout the night. Imagine being on vacation and being met with fucking bombs. Well, that's what people got here in Beirut. There you go, chaotic scenes on Beirut's vacation destination seasides resort area after airstrikes killed multiple people. Now, the United Nations Security Council, aka the UNSC, held another briefing on Iran. Must be the 6th or 7th in the last 2 weeks. Tells you how disturbed the international community is over all of this. Here's the AP from yesterday. We're just doing all this in chronological order, just trying to cover the 24 hours since the last stream that we did on all this. Thankfully, Melania will not be running this one.
The 10,120th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting.
Let's be real, Mike Walls isn't much better than Melania.
Be best.
Meeting is
Not much
a
better.
Non-Proliferation Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 1737 in the year 2006. The representative of the Russian Federation has asked for the floor. I give them the floor.
Mr. President, a procedural issue. We're deeply disappointed by the attempt of our American colleagues to crudely abuse their powers as the President of the Security Council and to hold a meeting dedicated to the activities of the so-called 1737 Committee. The position of the Russian Federation and that of a number of other states regarding assertions about a supposed reactivation of the Security Council's anti-Iranian resolutions, including Resolution 1737, are well known to Security Council members as well as the entire international community.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. It's like 2 hours freaking long. That was the Russian delegate accusing the United States of abusing its power. Shut up. United States abusing its power at the United Nations? What? We would never do that. I have no idea what you mean. Abuse? I'm aghast. I'm beside myself over that accusation.
How rude.
Incredibly rude. But accurate. Rude but accurate. Okay, speaking of the United States, let's see what Mike, formerly the National Security Advisor, now, what is it again? Yes, Ambassador to the UN.
And diplomatic settlement. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement.
China.
I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States. The United States strongly rejects the assertions made by the representatives of Russia and China and fully supports the statements that have been made by the representatives of the United Kingdom and France in support of moving forward with this meeting. Resolution 1737 and subsequent resolutions mandate quarterly reports.
Okay, shut up, Mike. We're skipping ahead past this procedural bullshit he's talking about. UN needs more coverage. Yes it does. You're very welcome, Mitty. Thank you for your modding over on the vertical chat. And yes, Mike Walls is a raving nutter. He's a special kind of raving lunatic.
like I'm taking crazy pills!
Council, despite it being an entirely factual description of the committee's activities during the reporting period. It is necessary to nevertheless continue to move forward with this meeting, which provides an important opportunity to discuss implementation of the sanctions measures reinstated by this council. I would also note that on the first day of the U.S. presidency, all council members, except 2, confirmed their support for holding this mandated meeting. I urge everyone to join us in voting yes to adopt the agenda, hold this meeting, and allow the council to proceed with its work. I now resume my function as president of the council. As president, we believe it necessary to move forward with this meeting. In view of the request and the comments made by members of the Security Council, I intend to put the provisional agenda to the vote. Accordingly, I shall put it to the vote now. Will those in favor of the adoption of the provisional agenda, non-proliferation, please raise their hand.
Now, the United Nations Security Council weakly and pathetically approved the U.S.'s resolution to condemn Iran's retaliatory strikes against the Gulf nations, while completely ignoring the United States and Israel's complete and utter, what's the word? Ignoring of the United Nations Charter itself. Like the United States and Israel started a war of aggression against a United Nations Security Council member without approval, without even bringing it to the United Nations. And we're in here saying, would you please condemn Iran for all the nasty stuff they're doing? And the United Nations is like, actually, yeah, let's do that.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Yep, they should be ashamed of themselves. Freddie Mercury is alive in Israel. Yep, it would seem so. It's a miracle. I feel like you're way behind us right now, Madly. Way behind us, buddy. No, I think there were like 13 or so countries, most of which I'm sure people could probably guess at least a handful of those that either abstained from voting or voted against this resolution. China, Russia, so on and so forth. Now, while we are waging this war of aggression against Iran, a war that's costing us billions of dollars, at least $1 billion a day, so at this point at least $14 billion, if not much, much more. Because of course we don't actually know for sure how much it's cost, people are just estimating it. We are also incurring another cost, a cost which I would say is perhaps more important than the money. Not that the money isn't a problem, but, you know, we have people dying over there. At this point, I believe the casualties are now over a dozen. And hundreds wounded. It would seem that the U.S. might be lying about how many casualties there actually have been in this war, according to some reports. Before we go to those, let's say thank you to Columbia Rican for the sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
The U.S. and Israel were doing the bullying, but then when the bullied fought back, they called the teacher and now are acting like the victim. Yes, that's actually an exact analogy to what's happening. But in this analogy, like, we're also the teacher. We're like a part-time faculty member. You know what I mean? Like the United States has like veto power at the UN more so than anybody else. So like we like came to ourselves and said, "Hey, it's ridiculous."
This is ridiculous.
Turning now to a massive cover-up in the United States government, multiple casualties hidden from the United States of America in that...
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm getting advertisements for AI agents. I've been getting so many of these lately. All these different AI agents that are coming out. Everyone's trying to sell the latest bot. Everyone's trying to sell the latest bot to me.
Turning now to a massive cover-up in the United States government, multiple casualties hidden from the United States of America in that initial strike where multiple U.S. service members were killed. But before we even get to any of that, Donald Trump on the campaign trail yesterday declaring victory, one might even say mission accomplished in the war in Iran. Let's take a listen.
Is that a great name?
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do.
Here's a question we should all be asking ourselves. Why is the president on the campaign trail? Why is he still holding fucking rallies a year plus into his fucking presidency? It's his second term. He can't run for a third term because it's against the law and the Constitution. So why is this motherfucker doing this? We're at war. We're at war and he's having like self-congratulatory rallies. Why? By the way, is America paying for this? One would assume in some way America is paying for these rallies. Secret Service are being paid to protect the president. Who's paying for the venue? Is Donald Trump paying for it himself? One wonders. But why is he doing this? How is this helping America?
Let me say, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won. But they gave me a list of names that, you know, sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir. And they gave me like 20 names. And I'm like falling asleep. I didn't like any of them. Then I see Epic Fury. I said, I like that name. I like that name.
We won, and if you want to see how much we're winning, let's put A2 up there on the screen. This just came out yesterday. The Iranian drone attack in Kuwait that killed U.S. service members in the early hours of the war was more severe than previously known. Dozens suffering injury that included brain trauma, shrapnel trauma, burns. More than 30 remained in the hospital yesterday. This was published yesterday with battle injuries. 1 at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, 12 at Walter Reed here in the DMV area, 25 at Landstuhl in Germany. Of those, about 20 arrived on a C-17 military transport aircraft at Landstuhl on Tuesday with injuries the military designated as, quote, urgent and requiring evacuation. More than 100 medical personnel were sent to Landstuhl to assist. What's even worse is that we can see how they initially described the attack. Let's put that one up there on the screen. This is what they said on the day. As of 9:30 a.m., 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action. 5 are seriously wounded. Several others sustained, quote, minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. A straight up lie there from the Pentagon. And if you want to see how bad it was, a surviving U.S. service member, Sergeant First Class Corey Hooks, actually described the moment that drone struck the Tactical Operations Center and what it was like. You can see the injuries that he sustained. Let's take a listen.
I remember turning my head to the left and I seen the nose of that drone popped through, and as soon as it did, I knew what it was. It was either a missile or a drone, so I turned to my right, and that's when it blew up and just blew the whole building apart. Life is precious. Life is short. You never know when you're going to be put in a situation like we were in.
Wow.
It's tragic. Sergeant Hicks, I mean, you could see the injuries to his face, to his hand. He's lucky to survive. But there's so many of his other, comrades who are now literally, languishing in hospitals. And they lied to us. They lied to us completely. Also, we should note, I think at least 5 were killed in this attack. We don't know the exact number, but don't forget about the other recent service members who we've learned about who were killed in attacks on Saudi Arabia. What's the wounded number there? What's the wounded number for all the bases that we're about to show people, which have been attacked, some 17 different bases or sites from the United States military.
Yeah, it's weird, Sagar. It's weird. What happened to that anti-war president thing you were talking about back? Remember that? Remember that, Sagar? You're talking about how Donald Trump was actually the anti-war president? It's funny. It was funny. What's not funny is all those people being injured and killed as a result of this senseless war. Speaking of the senseless war and the casualties that have been seen so far, we can't forget about the Iranians who have been killed, including the school children Nearly 200 of them that were murdered in cold blood by the United States.
We're learning more about that deadly strike on an Iranian school that killed at least 168 children and 14 teachers. Two sources briefed on the preliminary findings of an ongoing military investigation tell CNN the U.S. military accidentally hit the school. The sources say the mistake likely occurred because of outdated information about a nearby Iranian naval base. Joining us now, CNN State Department reporter Jennifer Hansler. Jennifer, I want to start with you. What more did this initial investigation find?
Well, Wolf, according to these two sources who were briefed on that preliminary finding of the ongoing investigation, U.S. Central Command had used this outdated intelligence from the Defense Intelligence Agency to compile the strike coordinates for this deadly strike. Now, these strikes happened on February 28th when they were targeting an IRGC base in Minab, Iran. However, back in 2013, the base and the school were all part of one compound, according to satellite images. 3 years later, images showed that a fence had been constructed to separate the school from the base. And fast forward, Wolf, to December 2025, there was imaging of school children, people milling about a courtyard, potentially playing in that courtyard. Now, the Defense Intelligence Agency said that there was an investigation ongoing. They would not comment further than that. U.S. Central Command pointed to that ongoing investigation. But Wolf, all of this supporting the growing evidence that the U.S. was behind that deadly strike on the school that killed some 180 civilians, including those 168 school children.
Illegal.
Yep, that's a blatant war crime. Don't let anybody tell you that AI is the reason for it. It's the United States. It was the decision of doing this in the first place. Also, why are we using AI to decide any of this? There's a decision that was made by somebody. Something that should have been approved by the very highest up in the military, people like Pete Hegseth. So don't let them pass the buck onto a fucking computer. Someone had to pull the trigger because there's no autonomous weapon supposedly. So some human being had to pull the trigger. Someone had to use AI for this. Someone had to say, "Hey, let's do this thing." Like all of these things are decisions that were made. I don't care if it was AI. It shouldn't be AI. They shouldn't be using AI, but it's not an excuse. By the way, somebody asked if I was going to be taking a break between this stream and the second stream. Answer, yes. Yes, we are going to take a break. Take a quick break between now and then. Still got a bunch of stuff to get through here, though, so we got to get this moving. To Al Jazeera next from yesterday. In Tehran, on the ground. See what it looks like after these latest bombings.
Well, as we've been reporting, the UN Refugee Agency says 3.2 million Iranians have been displaced by the conflict so far. We're going to go to Tawhid Asadi live for us in the Iranian capital. Tehran also saying that Israel and the US have hit nearly 19,000 civilian sites since the war began. And I can see behind you some of the devastation that's been caused by those strikes. Just talk us through what's been going on.
Well, actually, this is day 13 since the commencement of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis targeting not just the military headquarters, police stations, and the state buildings, but very residential areas like this one, as you can see. And the amount of devastation, the amount of demolishing building is massive, unbelievable. And as you can see, people have gathered to just help those targeted. Several apartment buildings in this residential neighborhood have been heavily damaged by the airstrikes, and the entire section of buildings that you can see have collapsed, leaving exposed rooms, twisted metals, and piles of concrete. Rescue teams, as you can see, are basically working to help people to remove bodies from the rubble, while large trucks here work to clear debris from the streets. Nearby buildings show shattered windows and hanging utility lines as the emergency crews and residents continue searching through what was once a quiet neighborhood, now devastated by the strikes. The surrounding streets are covered with debris, shattered glass, broken balconies, and damaged cars buried under rubble, as you can see. And of course, you can see some people trying to basically take.
This is honestly some horrifying fucking shit. And it feels like Israel and the United States are determined to turn Iran into another Gaza. Although it's much, 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 much larger than Gaza. But look at these fucking images. It's horrifying. Utter devastation everywhere. Look at it. Rubble all over the place. I mean, we've been looking at images like this for the last 2 years. All right. Here's some more stark images in the Gulf of burning, smoldering oil tankers. What's great about this war is since so much oil infrastructure is getting hit, it's absolutely causing an utterly unfathomable amount of environmental devastation, right? Like, you hit one of these oil tankers and sure, a lot of it burns up, but the rest of it goes floating out into the sea. So we're simultaneously burning up who knows how many oils of how many barrels of oil, right? Like, just by blowing it up, and no one's using it. So it's just instant climate. It's like instant climate change, instant carbon like footprint from this motherfucker. Of course, all military activities has a huge carbon footprint to begin with, and you start blowing up oil infrastructure and tankers and things like that. So you get like some good old oil spills simultaneously with all of this. It's just great. So much fun. You can tell how I'm having fun with this, right? Like, so glad we can devastate the planet while we're devastating one another. Yeah, things seem to be escalating pretty quickly with all of this.
Hezbollah just launched a combined attack reaching all the way to Tel Aviv. It was followed up by another attack by Iran and new waves of attacks on the UAE. Training reported that there was an explosion just now in Tel Aviv due to Hezbollah rocket fire. Shortly after, an early alert went out for missile fire from Iran. IRGC Wave 40 Operation True Promise 4 targets more than 50 sites. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said the 40th wave of Operation True Promise 4 targeted more than 50 sites across Israel in a coordinated attack with the Hezbollah. IRGC said the operation involved a 5-hour barrage using Qatar Imad, Khaybar Shekan, and Fatah missiles, along with drones and attack missiles launched by Hezbollah. According to the statement, strikes hit military sites across Israel from Haifa in the north, Tel Aviv in the center, and Beersheba in the south. The IRGC also claimed its missile struck U.S. bases at El Azraq in Jordan and Al Qasr in Saudi Arabia. The statement said missile launches from Iran towards Israel increased significantly over the past 24 hours, adding that painful strikes will continue. But you told me that Iran was running out of missiles? No, I didn't say Iran was running out of missiles. I said Iran is not running out of missiles at all. However, America and Israel are able to successfully close off the openings of the caves that they come out of. I never said the Iranian missile stockpile is depleted. I simply said, judging by the frequency and the munitions that are used up until this last wave, the munitions that they were using were the cluster ones, okay? If you want to actually diminish the supply that Israel has, if you want to diminish their stockpile of defensive missiles, you have to keep lobbing missiles like this. This is the first time that they've gone back up on the intensity, the frequency, and the diversity of the missiles being used. Since the first day that Iran launched retaliatory strikes, they have not had this much intensity in their striking of Israel. If their goal was to deteriorate and destroy the existing stockpile of Israeli defenses, then they would be using something beyond the cluster munitions. The cluster munitions are virtually impossible to intercept, okay? With the Iranian capabilities that they have, what they're supposed to do is just like hit volley after volley after volley, like big waves, dumping a lot of their older munitions on top of Israel to overwhelm their defenses and to waste their defenses, right? Yes, it's not cluster munitions, they're MIRVs. Cluster munitions are indiscriminate and often have a huge dud rate. Yeah, okay. Chatter, it's a distinction without a difference if you're exploding the MIRVs at the height that they're exploding them at, okay? It doesn't matter. No, this chatter is not wrong. Technically, it's like a shotgun missile, okay? What the Iranians are using are literally like a shotgun. What it's supposed to use, what it's supposed to do is explode close to the impact zone, so you can actually take out troop positions, or you can spread it. You can spread the damage like buckshot, basically. But the reason why they're exploding those missiles at the height that they're exploding them at is because they want to basically utilize it like a cluster munition. They're trying to spread it to the best of their ability in an effort to stop the interceptions and continue.
Yeah, and the thing is about cluster munitions is they're usually illegal. I mean, technically, most countries are signed on to a treaty that prevents cluster munitions from being used in warfare because of the civilian casualties often associated with them, among other things. But Israel and Iran happen to both not be signatories to that treaty, and therefore it does not apply here. This is how Israel has continued to avoid facing charges, right, for the war crimes they've been committing for the last 2 years. How Benjamin Netanyahu hasn't seen any consequences for anything that he's done in Gaza is because they don't sign on to all this. Am I sure? I'm quite sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember if the United States is signed on. I don't think we are either. That one I can't be sure of. I know Israel's not. I know Israel's not. Yeah, I mean, this is how the International Criminal Court continues to not have jurisdiction inside of Israel. It's because they're not signatories to all of these international treaties that are supposed to prevent war crimes. Because they're actually kind of into doing war crimes and have been since the beginning, essentially. But the fact that we got like 3 different countries, like major powers fighting it out, who all really kind of tend to ignore their own criminal military activities, This is turning into a fucking, just a complete hellscape. The Gulf is turning into a fucking, just a region of chaos. Could have been completely avoided, of course. This didn't have to happen. The United States and Iran. We're talking about we're in the middle of doing, hard to call them peace talks because we weren't at war technically. But yeah, we were in the midst of negotiations. Instead, we decided to do this. When Iran finally broke and started making concessions that had never been seen before, we decided, better to do this instead. Completely preventable, what is now turning into planetary chaos.
Let's discuss the latest developments now with Rob Gase-Pinfold, who's a lecturer in international security at King's College London. He's live from there. Thank you, Rob, for being with us once again. Let's start with the message from the new supreme leader of Iran, the first one since...
Yes, Frisla, just to be clear, and to anybody who's listening, I'm not saying that that ICC does not have an arrest warrant out for Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm just saying that because of the fact that Israel is not a signatory member, they continue to not have, like, the ability to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Right? You see what I'm saying here? That's all I'm saying.
He was appointed. It was a defiant one, a defiant tone.
Like if Benjamin Netanyahu or any of these other guys that have been accused of war crimes from Israel and the government were to step foot into a signatory country, they would get sent to The Hague. But that's why people like Benjamin Netanyahu have been able to come to the United States, because the United States isn't a big fan of international law either.
Especially on the Strait of Hormuz, which he says will remain closed. What do you make of that, and what does it indicate about the direction in which Iran wants to take this conflict?
Yes, you're right. It was a very, very defiant tone. Words that stood out for me were ones like revenge, destroy, for example. It was very much a reiteration of Iran's existing messages. There was, to be frank, very, very little new under the sun here. Iran has already announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed. He was saying that the new supreme leader said that it will continue to be closed. He continued to parrot the line that Iran seeks friendly relations with GCC states, and it's not targeting civilian assets there, only US military bases. We know that's not true. And of course, we know, as you discussed with your previous guest, that the GCC states specifically asked the US not to use those bases to attack Iran.
Right.
But nevertheless,
Iranians,
they found their civilian assets
right,
in
Rob,
the
the
firing
Iranians
line.
the Iranians are saying, including the guests that I had previously, that attacks are being launched from bases in this region, from US bases in this region. Is there any evidence today to support that claim?
In a word, no. There is no evidence for that. We do know the GCC countries demanded before the war that the US not use their bases to attack Iran. There was an evacuation of US personnel, for example, from the Al Udeid base in Qatar. That wasn't just because they were expecting retaliation. It's
honestly, though, like, it's a distinction that I struggle to care about. It's still military assets of the United States. So I personally struggle to, like, condemn Iran for attacking those bases when we just launched a war against them. There's U.S. military bases right on their fucking front doorstep. It's like if Iran launched a fucking... If Iran had military bases all over, like, South America and Latin America, and they launched a strike on us... Of course, they don't have the military, the Navy to do what I'm talking about. But, like, let's say China. Actually, it's much easier to do this with China. Like, say China had a massive military buildup in the Caribbean, in the Gulf of Mexico, and had bases all over South America. And, Like, it would be the same thing as the United States striking one of those, and of course we would. And we would, I mean, they'd be screaming, they'd be shouting America while they did it. Like, it's not... You can't, like, separate it just because attacks are supposedly not happening from it at a particular given time. Like, it's ridiculous. And it's honestly, what it is it's a fucking double standard. Because the attacks weren't being launched in the United States or Israel from any of the bases that we've attacked. Like, in the beginning of any of these wars, right? Like, we launched strikes when we weren't being attacked. So the very basis of all of these, like, it's just, it's moot. Because none of those places were being used for attacks on us. Can't even come close to making that argument in a court of law, or like literally to even a toddler. Okay. Oh God. Oh Jesus Christ. Excuse me. No, absolutely. It's an incredibly lazy attempt at manufacturing of consent, and it's pathetic. At least in the Iraq War, they tried. They really, really tried. In the media, they went to the United Nations and asked for permission. I mean, I hate George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and all these guys. But they did actually go to the United Nations and say, hey, do you mind if we invade Iraq and or Afghanistan? Is that good for you? And the United Nations is like, not really. Okay. Now, of course, our number one ally in the Middle East is, as always, Israel. Where, unfortunately, U.S. technology is apparently failing, as the Iron Dome seems to be increasingly overwhelmed by the amount of attacks.
So, guys, we're getting some new video out of Israel showing a significant Hezbollah attack on northern Israel. You can put these images up on the screen. These are fairly extraordinary. Of course, it's pretty rare to get any sort of video out of Israel because they have severe censorship. And you can see the significance of this attack. I mean, some of these are being intercepted, and some of them are clearly striking targets in the area. You know, this after the idea that had been projected, and I think that the Israelis maybe even believed that Hezbollah had been severely degraded after their top leadership had been taken out after the infamous Beeper attack. And yet clearly here they are able to fully join this war in a way that is, you know, fairly sophisticated. And at the same time, it appears that the Iron Dome is failing to intercept a sizable number of the missiles at this point that are being fired towards Israel. We can put this next one up on the screen. This is pretty extraordinary. This reporter says that the Iron Dome could not stop about half of the 100 rockets that Hezbollah launched at Israel just a few hours ago. We can also put E3 up on the screen. Haaretz has some reporting about the quote-unquote hole in Israel's early warning system, and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. And so basically what this article lays out in detail is that when you have these missile defense systems, they also have to be protected. And so that has created tremendous vulnerability. And obviously, Sagar, it has been a strategy of Iran to target these defense systems, and they've been pretty effective, at least at our batteries in the region, in, you know, effectuating that target. That's why we had to pull the THAAD battery system from South Korea and bring it over, because some of the damage that had been incurred. And so their strategy was to take out those capabilities or degrade those capabilities early. And then that would enable them to be able to strike stronger blows using, fewer rockets, missiles, and drones, et cetera. And based on what we can see in terms of the degrading capability of the rocket interception here from the Iron Dome, that strategy seems to be working fairly successfully.
Let's put E4 just to give you an example. This is from the Jerusalem Post. So again, everything we're showing you is from Israeli media. After 11 days of fighting, Israel has received 9,000 missile damage claims, 6,500 buildings, 1,044 contents and equipment, 1,485 vehicles. So that is just the private claims now so far. That does not factor in the Hezbollah attack that just happened.
Wow. Those are quite some numbers right there. They really are doing a media blackout in Israel. The supposed the great bastion of democracy of the Middle East is completely blocking out all of this shit. We haven't been seeing almost any of this. It's wild. We should be, because we've been covering this every single fucking day. 9,000 missile damage claims? That's wild. 6,586 buildings? At this point, we might have to just start watching the live streams of watching the fucking skyline of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. I haven't been because I assumed that we'd be getting clips from people on the ground of these sorts of things, but I'm starting to realize that's not the world we're living in right now. Iron Dome failing. Something that was thought to be invulnerable. Seems to not be able to keep up with all of the incoming missiles and drones Iran, and now Hezbollah, have been sending into the territory. I wonder how long the popularity for this war can outlast that. Now, while all of this is going on, our attention is taken off of Gaza, is taken off of the West Bank, and that's not good. Because Israeli attacks in the West Bank have in fact ticked up since the Iran war started. And of course, Gazans are still living under blockade and starving to death.
Now, while the world's focus is on the conflict with Iran, tensions and violence in the occupied West Bank, already high, have been rising further. Israeli settlers have killed 5 Palestinians in less than 2 weeks. While as the war began, the Israeli army established new gates and checkpoints, severely restricting movement across the territory. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent, Secunda Kermani, has this report.
A ferocious, brutal attack by young settlers on Israeli activists helping protect Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank. A woman in her 70s is left unconscious. Another screams out as the assault continues.
I was beaten on my back and my ribs and my legs.
This is the woman whose screams you heard. Yael, a primary school teacher and activist from the group looking the occupation in the eye.
I didn't thought it was real in the beginning, but I understood very quickly that they came to kill us. And I ran and I was very scared. It was horrifying.
And for you, are these just the actions of a radical minority, or is this something bigger than that?
Maybe the action itself, it's a radical minority, but it's much bigger than that. Because this minority has the back of a full country, of a government and army and police.
Israeli officials condemned the attack on Yael, but settler violence targeting Palestinians is soaring.
It's fucking disgusting. All these settlements are are international crimes, each one of them. Each one of these acts of violence same thing goes for that as well. It's all happening while everyone's focused on Iran. And I don't blame them. But it's a tragedy. Because that video just now got 20,000 views, while everything else that we're talking about getting, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Like this next video from Al Jazeera. Benjamin Netanyahu speaking gets 5, 6, 7 times as many views. This is from yesterday.
Missiles, and they work towards developing nuclear bombs for the purpose of eliminating Israel, but they couldn't do that. The head of the Israeli government, I have conducted overt and covert operations that delayed Iran's building capabilities, and we have developed our technology and military capabilities and political capabilities to direct strong blows against Iran and to eliminate the threats against Israel. All these elements contributed to the previous operation, and now the Lion's Roar operation, and we will continue striking the axis of evil. However, their capabilities have deteriorated a lot. Shall continue this battle to ensure security for the citizens of Israel, particularly residents of the north. Now Hezbollah is feeling our might, and they will pay a hefty price for their aggressions against Israel.
This guy is a sick human being. I listened to this whole thing. It was disgusting. I can't force you all to listen to it. 31 minutes of him talking about how everything Israel is doing is great and justified. And it's horrible. It was horrible. It was horrible. It was despicable, and I can't listen to more of it. I really can't. I can't listen to it again, and I can't make you listen to it. Just suffice to say, that is what happened for well over 30 minutes. It was just him justifying this war with all lies and biblicisms and all sorts of Old Testament nonsense and claims about nuclear bombs and how Iran wants to eliminate Israel. It's very frustrating. All right, let's go to somebody else that had a press conference yesterday, and that is the ambassador to the UN from Iran.
Yeah. Already expired is nothing less than a blatant abuse of powers and procedures of the Security Council for narrow political purposes. The position of the Islamic Republic of Iran is clear, consistent and firmly on the record, including in this official communication to the Security Council and Secretary General during past months. Security Council Resolution 2231 definitively terminated on 18 October 2025. As of that date, it was concluded to have no legal effect to operate mandate. This position has also been echoed by some members of the Council. At today's meeting, 2 permanent members of the Council have taken principled and legal position and objected to the agenda of the meeting, considering it illegal and misuse of the President's authority by the US and a violation of Council's rule of procedures. The claim made in today's meeting by France, United Kingdom, and United States that the so-called snapback mechanism has been triggered is baseless and a clear fabrication.
Yep, there's Iran's UN ambassador after the United States and Israel brought a resolution to condemn the actions of Iran while they conduct an illegal attack. You sound depressed, Banana Man. Banana Man. I am not a Banana Man. Oh my god, it's already 7 p.m. Jesus Christ, you're right. It is already 7 p.m. That's fine. Honestly, I don't care, because at some point I'm going to end the stream. We don't have any problems. If it goes long, we'll just end the stream. I'll take a break, and then we'll start the second stream whenever that happens. 2 streams one night. Although we really haven't been going that long. 3.5 hours. It's a short stream. What am I? Wow, what am I? I am a man, okay? I'm a man. I'm just wearing a helmet, okay? It's a helmet. It's a golden gleaming helmet. Don't you see? Look. See. Helmet. Ah, Twitch people. Calling me banana. I must move on. I cannot be distracted by this banana talk. I will not do it. Speaking of Twitch, let's go to the man of Twitch. The great, the one, the only, Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker?
That's right.
This is the reason it is so difficult to assume the position of leadership after such a person. Bridging that gap will only be possible with the help of God and the support of you, the people. So,
Did you just do that? What is wrong with you, Looney? Did you really just shout out Hassan? Did you really just shout out Hassan? Why would Hassan ever need a shout out on my channel? Or on any channel? Why would the great Hassan Piker need a shout out? As if people don't know who he is. Oh, you haven't found Hassan's channel yet? Like, if you're on Twitch and you haven't found Hassan's channel, I reckon you're not using the app properly.
One of the most important aspects of this statement was the demand for unity. Now, for people who are understandably against the IRGC, against the Islamic Republic, that are in
And a Fox News alert because Iran's new supreme leader issuing his...
Yeah. Okay. The new Iranian supreme leader has spoken. Okay. The new Iranian spoken. We're obviously going to get to that. Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei has spoken for the.
You're the only Twitch mod on duty? What does that have to do with anything? I'm saying, as a mod, take that off of your list of things that you feel that you need to do. Okay? Hassan doesn't need shout-outs. Shout out to people who raid the channel, okay? When people raid the channel, shout them out. Don't randomly shout out Hassan. Why? I mean, it's hilarious. Honestly, it's funny to me. With Hassan, it's actually funny to me because he's literally... Hassan owns Twitch, right? He doesn't literally own Twitch, but he might as well. He's always like the #1 views getter on the entire platform. He just doesn't need he just fundamentally doesn't need shout-outs. This is why I think it's funny. But use the shout-out for raids.
Time since he was elected, okay? The translation is as, maybe read this statement instead. What, in fucking Farsi?
Excuse me, his first public statement, it was a written message that was read by an Iranian state TV news anchor. Excuse me, Trey Inks. Let me hand it over to you while I cough, and you tell us what exactly happened. What did he say?
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now. On Iranian state media, a presenter read a new statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the supreme leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential...
Does Asman get more views than Hassan? Is that true, Vilma Reiger? I feel like that can't be true. It shouldn't be true. If it is true, that's a problem for society.
Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down.
Civilian infrastructure attack. Now, Iran's new supreme leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to Glitchmaster, who just donated over on PayPal. Have you hit the donation goal yet? Also, it's gross how they're trying to hide all the war crimes and murder. Sincerely, Glitchmaster. Thank you, Glitchmaster. Actually, yes, we have completed the goal. Did I not take it down on YouTube yet? Oh, I didn't. Oh, but now we're so close. We're like, oh... All right, what do you think, chat? One's in chat if you think we should keep the goal up, because we could get real chat confetti on the YouTube horizontal stream right now. We're only 2 YouTube super chats away from it. We could see real confetti. We always are taking it down because we get mixed donations, like between, you know, Twitch and YouTube and Cash App and PayPal and Patreon and stuff. But right now, we could really get there. We got a full hour almost to complete that. I say we keep it up. Okay. All right. As long as everybody's on board with that. I see ones. All right. I think we can do it, honestly. We could seal real YouTube confetti. Not my confetti. It could actually be manifested for us by YouTube. That feels fancy. Just thinking about it feels fancy.
It says in the statement, again, that was presented on state media, he does not appear in the statement, that he...
By the way, speaking of fancy, I was doing, like, I don't know what prompted me to do this today, but it happened. And I was thinking about doing like merch while I was working. I was working on a bunch of different things over here, and it prompted me to I was sitting here. I was like, just like sort of daydreaming about things, and so I decided to do this. I was just sitting around. I was like, why not? So I did a little graphic design. Galactic Saint Laurent, the new luxury brand coming to a solar system near you.
Calls on unity among
it's not actually coming. I have no products to sell you.
And participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for Jerusalem, and this day normally falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. And so If my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year, the last Friday of Ramadan, when traditionally we have seen Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement.
He looks like you in 30 years, bro. Chill. I mean, Trey Yinks I go back and forth on, because unlike many of these other hucksters and charlatans, he has literally embedded with Hamas, and he has literally interviewed Hamas. So you know, he's an interesting guy. He is an interesting guy. There were instances like where even as like the main reporter in Israel, he just straight up was like, you guys are slaughtering. Yeah, he's an on the ground guy. He straight up was one of the few American journalists that is stationed in Israel that straight up was like, you guys are slaughtering journalists. You have to stop killing Palestinian journalists. It's unacceptable. Oh, so you weren't talking about Trey Yinks. You were talking about Khamenei. You're saying Khamenei is what I will look like in 15. That's crazy. I didn't understand what you were saying. I thought you were saying Trey Yinks looks like what I will look like in the future, even though he's like younger than me. And no, what you meant instead was I will look like Ayatollah Khamenei. Moshtaba.
Didn't I tease merge dropping earlier on Discord? Yeah, that was a joke, though. I was kidding. If you look at it, I was kidding. I didn't write /s, but I said LOL because it was intended to be a joke, because I don't have any plans for merch drop. I was just doing some, if you read the full, like I wrote 2 messages in there. If you look at the other one, like I went into it, I was just sitting here dicking around, and I have no intention for an actual merch drop. Just trying, it was just messing with you patrons in the Discord. I'm sorry.
Khamenei.
Sorry.
I got to get me one of them hats, and then we can see. The gray beard comes for all.
Also. Thank you, May Wormy, for a super chat. We're now at 9 of 10. We only need one more super chat to get actual YouTube confetti. If only, thank God, it's Friday meant we got a break from the bullshit that is the current America and the chaos that is this administration. Yes, I'm sorry. But what it does mean is you get a double stream from the Galactic News Network. That would be good. No, Vilma Rygar. No merch drop. Write that down. There's no merch drop planned. I don't have the money for a merch drop. I'm still not paying for the bills. We still have a galactic deficit over here. We are still running a galactic deficit. In April, we may not be able to keep the lights on around here. Of course, you could all contribute to the financing of the galactic deficit. Cash App, PayPal. Becoming a patron on Patreon. Very helpful. As well as you getting a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits for it. Just a reminder to everybody, we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. But no merch drop. We need a surplus. We need to be running a galactic surplus to be able to be thinking about merches. Okay, oh shit, we did it. Confetti. More confetti.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Frizzla with a sweet, sweet super chat. The final chat needed. Complete the goal twice-ish. 2 confetti parties. Oh boy, now we're living the dream. 2 confetti parties, 1 stream, with another stream in the back pocket on deck. It's very exciting. Bask in the glory, everybody. All right, people, back to the stream. Gonna keep moving this thing forward. We can't listen to Hassan all night, but I want to get to a certain part of this. God damn it. Where is it? Yeah, I think around here-ish. Hassan was yelling at it. Hassan, I've been watching Hassan's videos lately. It seems like he's been yelling at his stream more than normal lately. Am I the only person that's noticed? He seems to be getting bombarded by a lot of criticisms. Perf XL 404 with a super chat for the galactic cause and the confetti. Oh, thank you. We gotta keep the lights on around here and the galactic cleaning robots powered on. Clean up all that confetti. Because we just reuse the confetti. Can't go buying more confetti. We don't have the money for that. So we get the galactic cleaning bots to vacuum it up and then put it back into the confetti system every single time. They're working in the background. You can't see them because you can't see the floor. But if you could, you'd see them furiously cleaning up confetti right now. They work completely silently, you'll notice.
and refueling fighter jets for the American military campaign. When you are a country like Iran, you have to make every single piece of munition count. America and Israel, on the other hand, don't need to restrain themselves at all because, one, they have full command over international institutions, as you have seen in the UN General Assembly. And two, they have virtually unlimited supply of offensive capabilities as opposed to Iran's offensive capabilities. Offensive capabilities that do have the tendency to get deteriorated by Israel and America's steady bombing campaigns in areas where they reach air superiority, albeit for a brief moment in time. They have to make it count. America doesn't. They could just do unlimited strikes. America can stand to lose a fuck ton of MQ-9 Reaper drones, for example. They can loiter over Iranian territory and just like blow shit up nonstop. It's simply it's a matter of capability. Like, I'm sure if Iran had the same capabilities, they would. I don't know what they would do, right? If they had the same capabilities, maybe they would be just as destructive, right? So what I'm talking about is a case of like what limitations exist, like what hard limitations exist on waging a defensive war, right? Part of it also stems from the fact that America is so far removed from the conflict. Anyway, Ayatollah Moshtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, concludes his first message. You people led the country. The insight and wisdom of the great nation of Iran and the recent events, along with its steadfastness, courage, and presence, made friends admire and enemies astonished. It was you, the people, who led the country and guaranteed its power. So that was...
Scratch and sniff Leica stickers. Okay, that's a hilarious merch idea there, Mo. What would Leica? What do you imagine Leica smells like? I'm just wondering. In your mind, what does Leica smell like exactly?
That was the short and sweet of it. A summarization of like the demands being made. It's still a regional war, though. Also, do you think Iran will be forced to test a nuke to stop America and Israel escalating the war more? I don't think they would do it now. I think it's an inevitability that Iran will get a nuke. I think the calculation right now in the short term is to damage the global economy hard enough, damage American assets hard enough to cause them to retreat, to cause them to not go up the escalation ladder or force them into a de-escalation, or invite them into boots on the ground military warfare, which will absolutely be destructive both for Iran, but certainly for the American troops, right? That's also part of the reason why they keep saying, come on, bring a naval asset into the Strait of Hormuz to try to fucking move a tanker through. Like, they keep inviting that over and over again. In some ways, Iran is best positioned for direct invasion. They're best positioned for direct invasion by American forces because America has no logistical supply chain that they can create to consistently feed munitions and food and medical supplies for their soldiers if they were to make this mistake of invading Iran, a country that is basically a fucking fortress that has natural choke spect. The Iranian weapons have been trained on for decades at this point, right?
Thank you, son, for the update. Talking about Mojtaba Khamenei. Some of the statements he's been making, basically saying, bring it, America. I don't think that's what America, and by America I mean Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, were expecting. Or
Israel has launched a series of strikes on Lebanon's capital. The Israeli military says that it's targeting infrastructure linked to the armed group Hezbollah. More than 600 people have been killed by Israeli attacks across Lebanon since early March. Well, Lebanon's Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, says the strikes are unacceptable.
It's been over 10 days since this war has started, which we have warned for a long time that Lebanon might be slipped into, and we've tried our best to avoid. It's a war that we never wanted. We are working day and night to end it. We cannot accept in any form that Lebanon becomes an add-in for others' wars. To that end, the President has launched an initiative for negotiations in order to rescue Lebanon from such an ordeal. All Lebanese are looking forward to our military performing its full duty.
And honestly, the Lebanon situation is fucking insane. Especially the way that it's being framed in the media. And I learned earlier today that it's even worse than I've been saying this whole time. I know that's shocking, probably to everybody here. But as I've been saying this whole time, and we'll get back into this later, I'm just doing this in chronological order as things have transpired. But I've been saying this whole time that Israel has been violating the fucking ceasefire with Hezbollah since day one. Right? Like, they didn't evacuate their troops, right? They were supposed to, but they didn't. They continued to blockade streets in southern Lebanon and do strikes and military operations and all sorts of shit up until the week before this all started. We watched a video of another strike in southern Lebanon on a supposed Hezbollah target, according to Israel. Completely unprompted. And I learned earlier today that there was so many more violations than I thought up to this point. I was utterly floored. Because I'm fairly, keep up. I keep up with what's happening. I'm subscribed to so many news organizations and keep up with things. I'm reading things and watching YouTube videos all the time. I'm trying to keep myself as apprised of what's happening on the ground in any sort of conflict region and whatever else, and I just couldn't believe my ears. Like I said, we'll get back to that. I'm getting sidetracked. All right, let's get to this story now. Actually, should I do this? Actually, before we do that, let's keep talking about the Ayatollah. And of course talking about Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, not Ali Khamenei. The new supreme leader and his first ever public statement. BBC News from 23 hours ago.
Hello to you from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. And today we've heard from all three leaders fighting the Middle East war. For the first time since his appointment, we've heard from the new supreme leader of Iran. In a written statement, Mojtaba Khamenei promised to continue blocking the Strait of Hormuz, not far from our position here, a crucial shipping lane for the international oil industry. He also vowed to avenge the blood of Iranians killed in the conflict. Iran's ambassador says to the UN more than 1,300 people have died so far. And tonight, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has given his first press conference since launching the attack that triggered the conflict 13 days ago. Donald Trump has also been speaking, saying Iran is paying a big price for being a nation of terror and hate. And here in the Gulf, there have been more strikes targeting oil infrastructure, driving up prices. Overnight, 2 tankers were struck by projectiles just a few miles south of Basra in Iraqi territorial waters, causing a huge blaze. According to UK Maritime Trade Operations, there have been 16 reports of attacks on vessels here since the war began. And in Dubai, a British man has been detained for allegedly filming Iranian drones. It's been another dramatic day as this war approaches its 3rd week.
Iranian state television relayed Mujtaba Khamenei's.
The whole world is really just sort of trending towards like authoritarianism and or pure chaos. Oh, what a time to be alive, eh, Space Fams?
But not his voice. Yet his statement was no less powerful in sounding a call to arms.
Dear brothers of the armed forces, the demand of the people is to continue this effective defense that is making the enemy regret its actions. The lever of blocking the Strait of Hormuz should definitely be used.
And in the new Supreme Leader's name, missiles of vengeance, we're told, launched against targets in Israel and Iran's neighbors in the Gulf. He's leading a regime from the shadows, not seen since the strike on the compound that triggered all-out war. But his is a presence that looms over the world. Most immediately here,
Allahu Akbar!
In the dead of night in the Persian Gulf. This video of an attack on a tanker off the Iraqi coast.
Okay, we already talked about this story. We don't need to recap that one again. And actually, I think we're going to move to the next video because they already cut. That was the beginning of it. It talks about the Supreme Leader, and then they sort of move on to a bunch of other shit. So let's get to this story now. Let us talk about this military aircraft, reports of which, came out yesterday, which supposedly fell in Iraq, a refueling aircraft, a KC-135 jet.
We are live in Washington, D.C., here in Doha, Amman, Jordan, Beirut, and in Tehran. But first, though, we have some breaking news to bring you out of Iraq. The French military says 6 of its soldiers have been wounded in a drone attack. That attack happened in the northern region of Erbil. The French troops were taking part in counterterrorism training. And in a separate development, U.S. Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down in western Iraq. For more on this, let's go to Asad Beg, who is live for us in Erbil in northern Iraq. Asad, what can you tell us about the French soldiers?
Yes, some very fast-moving events now. So what I can tell you is we understand that there were 2 drones targeting this base in a place called Mahmoura, which is about 60 kilometers southwest of where I am now here in Erbil, in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. Now, that joint Peshmerga French base, we understand 6 French soldiers have been injured, and we understand that they've been taken to medical facilities nearby. Now, we also understand that it is some factions, Iraqi factions aligned to Iran, that may have launched those drones at that base. Now, this is important because it's the first time we're hearing that foreign soldiers have been injured here in North Iraq, in the Kurdish region. Now, you also mentioned the US Central Command saying that it's aware of a lot.
And honestly, every time I hear something like that, I get increasingly worried, right? Every time that some other country sees a casualty, whether it's a soldier or a civilian, it does not bode well for this conflict. Because, of course, it leads to a higher likelihood of one of these countries being dragged into this. We just got done talking about how France was saying they weren't going to send any vessels to the Middle East. This is the sort of thing that would cause them to do just that.
Of its US KC-135 refueling aircraft. Now, US Central Command says they're launching an operation, rescue efforts are ongoing. Importantly, what US Central Command says that the two aircraft were involved, but it's not as a result of enemy or friendly fire. However, there is a faction, an armed faction within Iraq who claim that the US aircraft was struck by a 359 type missile launched by this Iraqi faction. Now, none of this can be confirmed or verified at this point in time, but this is just to give you an idea of some of the fast-moving events taking place here. For days we've been saying things have been escalating here in the Kurdish region of Iraq. But to add to that, some of the factions have also issued warnings. Now, they've asked what they call the Kurdish brothers to stay away from a particular hotel here in Erbil, the regional capital of the Kurdish part of northern Iraq. Now, they say that they've warned people to stay away from the Deadman Hotel on 60th Meter Street, they say.
Okay. I'm just going to move us on. This is the very initial report. I think Al Jazeera may have been one of the first, if not the first, major outlet to report this incident. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are talking about this KC-135 refueling plane, which went down in Iraq. Let's now go to CNN from 21 hours ago.
Central Command, U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, just posted on its social media account that they're aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The post goes on to say that there was an incident. It occurred in friendly airspace. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq. The second landed safely. CENTCOM says this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. We're joined now by Pennsylvania Democratic Representative Chrissy Houlihan. She served in the U.S. Air Force and is a member of the Armed Services and Intelligence Committees in the House. This just happened.
What I have been trying to parse what that means, but if it wasn't a result of friendly fire and it wasn't a result of hostile fire, it does not leave a lot of other options. Like like mechanical error is one of the only things that comes to mind. Like throughout all of this, like I think mechanical, that's the first thing that comes to mind. If it's not those two things, it must have been mechanical error. Or like something like that. Because what else could it possibly have been? Pilot error? Like those are like the only two other things I can think of. It's pilot error or mechanical failure, right? Otherwise, what? Lightning bolt from Zeus? I mean, I can't think of anything else. Fishbone gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships on YouTube. Incredibly generous. Forbezilla. Haven't seen her around in a while. Jesse James. Evil's Double. Summertime. Lorana. All receiving a sweet, sweet membership from Fishbone. Thank you, Fishbone. Incredibly generous of you. Gifting your fellow Space Fams membies. Alright, back to this nonsense. Well, not nonsense. Tragedy. Fucking tragedy. Sorry. The war itself is the nonsense, not this. This is just a fucking tragedy. Caused by what? We literally don't know.
I know what we know about it. What you know about it might be very limited, but can you give us any idea of what happened or what this sounds like to you, an Air Force veteran?
Sure. So this is a really large refueling aircraft. There are hundreds of them in service, mostly in times like this, doing exactly what they're designed for, which is to refuel both bombers and also smaller jets, as an example. And they fly with a boom that is able to attach to a smaller or larger plane. And
now, one thing I understand about the KC-135 is it's a fairly old plane. I think they still make new ones, but a lot of them, I don't know what percentage of them, have been in service for like decades. So it's possible. Could have been like a mechanical failure, like I was saying, but honestly, like there's no way to know right now since the U.S. government isn't saying anything.
Deliver fuel. So that extends the range of each of these planes very considerably. It's sort of a leapfrog effect from one place to another. And so it is, without any more information than you have, entirely possible that.
Sorry to keep pausing this, but you're absolutely right, Saucy Sea Witch. Most aircraft investigations do take a bit of time. But they came out and immediately said it wasn't, right? Like within hours, like within a short period of time, they came out and said it wasn't friendly fire, it wasn't hostile fire, which means that, at least to me, you would think, oh God, to me, if you can say that, you would think you'd be able to say definitively that it was something else specifically, but they are not doing that. I find that part of it really, really strange, right? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Because, like, you're absolutely right. These sorts of investigations usually take a long time, but they immediately came out and said, it's not this, it's not that. And that only leaves a couple of things. So why aren't they saying it?
An accident in the process of refueling that would have involved both aircraft, and that one might have gone to safety, as the tweet seems to indicate, and one might have gone possibly.
Pitchforks makes a good counterpoint, though. They also said we didn't blow up schoolgirls, or that they don't know how that happened, or whatever they said. They've said multiple things about this at this point. Iran did it. So, I mean, honestly, are we to believe anything that comes out of the DOD at this point? You're not even allowed to report on the Department of Defense, or like go to the Pentagon and report on it. Like, you're not allowed to be a journalist inside of the Pentagon. What does the loyalty oath say again? I can't remember exactly. Probably because I didn't, nobody asked me to take it, but I know journalists had to take a loyalty oath just to report on the Pentagon at one point earlier last year. So, I mean, really, what are we to believe from them anyway? Is a fair question to be asking ourselves right now. I still need to figure out a way to highlight Twitch chat. I still haven't done that. There's got to be an easy way. I've seen Hassan do it.
Ground, and there seem to be some sort of efforts on recovery of the aircraft and also of rescue. And so that's effectively what we know. And what we also know is that this is the cost of war. It's enormously complex. The logistics of getting all of this stuff, people and product, across oceans is an enormously hazardous effort, and one that requires everything to go exactly right. And so we won't know probably for
Here's the thing about this. I'm stuck on this. I mean, honestly, this is the perfect time to talk about it because this, I mean, it requires investigation. But I don't think the NTSB would be the ones to investigate, Saucy. Follow me here. This is a military aircraft that that had some sort of an incident that crashed in a foreign country. It's the National Transportation and Safety Board. It only has jurisdiction in the United States. They're not gonna fly NTSB people over to Iraq. At least I would be surprised if they did. And I guess anything could happen. It would be, at least in my understanding, it would be like a military investigation. It wouldn't be a civilian, because the NTSB is for civilian aircraft, right?
What actually happened, but that's effectively what's likely to have happened.
Obviously, the greatest cost of war has to do with our fallen service members and our wounded service members. We know of 7 who have been killed, more than 140 wounded, and that was from a few days ago. We don't know what this will result in this accident. Hopefully nothing, but it's tough to say.
You're getting more details on this crash, this KC-135 refueling aircraft missing. CENTCOM says it went down over western Iraq. What are you learning?
Yeah, to be clear, CENTCOM says that there was no hostile or friendly fire involved in this incident, but our Pentagon team understand from a US official that the second aircraft was also a KC-135 refueling aircraft, and that at least 5 crew members were on board the one that crashed. Now, search and rescue operations are underway. The aircraft is technically missing at this point, and I think there will be lots of questions asked as to exactly how these 2 refueling aircraft, who can often operate in cells in the sky, got into this particular incident. Now, the number of crew on board, 5 in the one that is indeed missing. You would normally expect 3 or 4 crew members to be on board a KC-135, perhaps 1 or 2 more for navigators, or alternatively that larger number might suggest it could have been a medical evacuation craft. All unclear at this moment, but still an urgent moment certainly, in which US rescue workers are desperately trying to locate these crew.
By the way, while we're talking about the NTSB, I had to look into it because I was like, wait a second. Who's even in charge of the NTSB? First of all, isn't the NTSB, I can't remember, isn't it like a sub-agency of the Department of Transportation run by Sean fucking Duffy? But this is the woman who's in charge. She's got MAGA makeup on, Jennifer Homendy. Appointed in 2021. She's apparently American politician. Actually, she's been here. I guess she's been here since Biden. I don't know. Maybe she's competent. I don't know. I don't trust anybody in the government right now. I literally just reflexively don't trust anybody. You know, she assumed office in 2018. She was originally appointed by Donald Trump. Okay, so she's a Trump appointee who didn't get kicked out during the Biden. She was originally a member of the board and then was appointed to the chair. Okay, so she was appointed as a member under Trump, and then Joe Biden, staying in the race, made her chair of the NTSB. Nice. Staying in the race, Sleepy Joe. Why we didn't jettison every one of these fucking Trump appointees in the Biden administration, I'll never understand it.
Members, I think, Aaron, you may, near your position there, close to Ben Gurion Airport in Israel, according to some of the open source data we've been seeing on flight monitors, one of those 2 KC-135s did a lot of circling near where you were, possibly dumping fuel, put out an emergency signal earlier on today. We understand that may well be connected to that particular incident, indeed be that second plane. But another, I think, stark reminder of the risks that US personnel endure every day, even though this incident appears to have been something of an accident. Early stage, early information at this point, though, Erin.
Yeah, well, obviously raising a lot of questions, as you say, why there were two, why there may have been more people on board crew than usual. Was that medical related? What does that mean for obviously we don't know a lot about the injured and what is happening more broadly in this war.
And political aware of the law.
I did not mean to do that. I meant to pause it. And actually I'm gonna move it to the next one because we found out more about this situation. Unfortunately, at least to my understanding, not a single person survived this crash. There were no injured, as Aaron talked about it. It would seem all 6 members who were on that jet that crashed in Iraq died. However, I take it back. I almost forgot about this. There's been so many details about this stuff. Please don't blame me. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. And I'm thinking about so many things tonight because it's the weekending report. Like I'm trying to prepare I'm doing 2 different streams. Like a nearly full stream, I would point out, on Iran. It's going to be like a 6-hour stream. We're going to be starting the stream at like 10 o'clock or something. The second stream. But we actually may, in fact, know what happened here. Because an Iraqi militant group claimed responsibility for the downing of that aircraft. Hours after it was reported. Here is Al Jazeera once again.
Right, well, we are covering developments rather from Washington, D.C., Doha, Amman, Beirut, Tehran, and even Baghdad in Iraq. And that's also where the U.S. Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down, and that's where Mahmoud Abdul Wahid is standing by for us now. Mahmoud, a lot of incidences we're seeing there in Iraq today. Let's start with the aircraft, though.
Well, what is so-called the Islamic resistance that is affiliated to Iran has just released a statement claiming responsibility for shutting down the U.S. CK-135 aircraft. We understand that Iraq has turned it into a secondary battlefield since the beginning of the military campaign by U.S.
By the way, everybody, while we may be talking about horrible things, we do have something of a galactic milestone that's just been hit. Congratulations, everybody. You were here. All right, I mean, you were here when I noticed. The Galactic News Network has hit 500,000 views. I know it's not big. It's not big time or anything like that, but we're making slow but consistent progress. 500,000 sounds big, though. In my brain, it sounds big. I know it's not big, though. It's something, though. Something.
Israel on Iran. You know that Iran-aligned armed groups here have been targeting U.S. facilities, military bases, the consulate in Erbil, the Victory Base, which is next to Baghdad International Airport here in the capital, Baghdad. And in fact, you have more parties involved in this conflict here in Iraq more than in Iran. For example, today we have had several incidents in several locations, several provinces. In the north, a drone was shot down. It was heading towards the U.S. military base, which is next to Erbil International Airport in the Kurdish region. In central Iraq, or in the north of Baghdad, in Salah ad-Din province, a headquarter belonging to the Popular Mobilization Unit was also targeted. And in Mahmour, which is in Nineveh province, a French military base was targeted what is so-called the Islamic resistance has been carrying out attacks against foreign, especially coalition troops and U.S. troops facilities in Iraq. Here in the capital, Baghdad, the Victory Base, which is home to U.S. and coalition troops, which is annexed to Baghdad International Airport, it witnessed an aerial confrontation between drones that were directed towards the base to hit the base and the protection battalion, the U.S. protection battalion guarding the Victory Base.
Right, and John Holman in Washington is joining us now because, John, what has CENTCOM said exactly on this?
Yeah, the US Central Command, which is in charge of the US's campaign against Iran, they said basically that they're aware of the loss of this refueling aircraft. They said that it wasn't as a result of fire, either friendly fire or hostile fire, and that it was an incident involving 2 aircraft, one of which managed to land safely, and this one, this refueling aircraft, the KC-135, that
Now, the name of the group supposedly, although I've been struggling to get information on it, is called the Iranian, the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, or the Iranian Resistance in Iraq. It's not clear. It's the I think it's called the IRI. I've never heard of it before. But honestly, it's not. I'm only seeing like one. Like, there's very few people are even like putting the name out there, so it's not even clear that that's. So don't write that down. Don't write that down. It's not clear that that's a given. But that's the initial reports that I've seen about around who this group is. Which is strange to me. If a group claimed responsibility, you'd think we'd be talking about who they are. But we're really not.
and crashed. What we could take from that is that this might have been something that happened during...
Like, am I right? Like, it's not a mystery. These guys claimed responsibility, so we must know who they are. Why aren't we talking about it? I find it very strange.
But that's not confirmed, and that is not what Central Command has said. We have got something from Reuters news agency.
Right, like, it's not a mystery.
A US official.
Right,
they're saying that the aircraft, according to this official, was carrying 6 soldiers. I've put that question to the US Central Command, and I haven't got an answer back yet as to whether that information is reliable or not. What we do know from Central Command again is that there's a rescue operation underway at the moment to recover that aircraft, to recover the people that were involved in the crash.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see if they do respond to you, John Holman. But let's go back now to Mahmoud Abdul Wahid in Iraq, because there's been, as you mentioned just briefly earlier, fierce clashes that are being reported near Baghdad International Airport. What's happening there?
Well, the protection battalion, the U.S. protection...
Okay, I'm going to keep this moving as Al Jazeera's doing multiple stories on this clip. BCAT, making sure that the puppy stays fed over here. Okay. Thank you for that. I'll make sure Leica gets her treats. Which one am I on right now? Okay, yeah, let's go to this one next. Al Jazeera English one more time, 7 hours ago. All 6 crew on U.S. aircraft that crashed in Iraq confirmed dead.
The U.S. has confirmed that all 6 service members on board a military aircraft that crashed in western Iraq have been killed.
The refueling plane went down while supporting strikes on neighboring Iran. U.S. military leadership says that it was not due to hostile or friendly fire. Al Jazeera's Kimberly Halkett is at the White House. So, Kimberly, we got a new briefing from the Pentagon and the head of the U.S. Armed Forces a short while ago. How are they framing the U.S. military campaign against Iran at the moment?
The Pentagon is framing this war as a success, much like the U.S. president has in his previous statements, including one posted about 8 hours ago on his social media platform, Truth Social. But this is coming even in the face of mounting casualties. As you point out, CENTCOM confirming now 6 American deaths as a result of that midair collision in a refueling incident that occurred with that KC-135 tanker. And we know from Iran's retaliatory strikes, there have been mounting injuries as well. But the White House and the Pentagon downplaying this. In fact, the chair of the Joint Chiefs saying in a briefing a couple of hours ago that 90% of those that have been wounded have been able to return to duty, given the fact that they say they are minor injuries. So the United States is projecting that this is a successful mission, even trying to make the case that Friday will be another, in their words, successful day, given the fact that they are ramping things up even further.
Kimberly, so 13 American servicemen now confirmed killed. This is in 14 days of war. How do Americans feel about this war?
To sum it up, not good. Americans feel not good about this war. And the fact that Donald Trump thinks that it was great success, that doubling the fucking casualties in this war 2 weeks into it is great, doing a great job. We won the war, doubled the number of people dead. America.
Given that the death toll is mounting.
There is growing unease, even as the U.S. president has tried to prepare Americans that there would be casualties. What polling data shows is that a majority of Americans do not support the president's war in Iran.
He did not prepare America. That is a laughable claim that Donald Trump prepared America that there would be casualties. What he did was he invaded Iran, and then after the fact, he said, there will be casualties. That's not preparing us for casualties. That's telling us after the fact that there's going to be casualties. In fact, there was a zero preparation, it would seem. Right? Like, everybody, like everybody was, I mean, to some degree, caught off guard from this, right? It just happened overnight. We were expecting the United States and Iran to be doing negotiations surrounding their nuclear program on Saturday. And instead, in the middle of the night, as we reported here live, we did an invasion instead. Prepared us for casualties. Good
Give me
one.
a joke.
We were all so prepared, right? Preparation H. Preparation America. Everybody, right? Everybody who voted for Donald Trump signed up for dead American soldiers, right?
Like the one shown here, refueling a fighter jet mid-air during the United States Operation Epic Fury against Iran, it's a KC-135 Stratotanker that crashed in western Iraq on Thursday, killing U.S. crew members. According to Central Command, a second plane was involved in the incident but landed safely.
The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire.
Right there, yep.
Yeah. That's great. Thanks, pal. We're going to get back to that meeting in a second. And the press briefing. I love what I love about these press briefings. I just want to go back to this real quick. What I love about these press briefings is the fact that they've got two podiums. I've never seen this done before at the Pentagon. I've been doing this for years now. For 2 years I've been doing this show. I've never seen this done. And they're doing it every single time now. Every time that Pete comes out here, old General Kane comes out here too, both with their own podiums. Side to side, shoulder to shoulder. I've never seen it done like this. Usually, people take their turn at a single podium. And there's no need for a second podium. They're being weird. It's really, I know it's not a big deal, but it is in fact weird.
That's really weird.
You think it's a crutch? Yeah, you think he needs Raisin Cane there by his side? I can't do these without Kane. You can't make me do these without Kane, okay? Hegseth is on the sauce. Hegseth is always on the sauce. He's drinking. Or at least, I mean, if he's not, he has no excuse for his behavior. Gotta be one of the two. Be an excuseless psychopath or a terrible drunk. I guess you could be both. I guess we're not ruling that out necessarily. It's possible. You think General Kane is a shield for... Yeah, I think it's possible. I really do. I'm just... keep thinking to myself, why would you need to do that? Why would you need a second guy with you at the podium? Why can't you just take questions? He's supposed to be this big man. Strong man. And yet he needs a human shield. It's fascinating.
Illegal.
It's almost a war crime. I believe human shields are against the Geneva Convention. You think he's trying to be different? Wow. You think Pete Hegseth would break the mold? I don't think he would want to be accused of that. I don't think that Pete would want to be accused of anything aside from heterogeneity. Heterogeneousness? What's the word for that? I'm fairly certain he'd be offended that you would suggest that he does anything but thinking in an orthodox manner. All right, let's go here to this next video. This is a video posted by Iranian State TV showing a large explosion at what seems to be a demonstration. You can see an airstrike on this building over here. As people are marching, they start screaming Allah. Blah, blah, blah. I hear here's a real mouthful.
You are not funny.
All right, let's talk about Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon and the money being spent over there. Let's start here with the good old Pentagon audit, just to ease ourselves into talking about the finances of this current Department of Defense. To a more perfect union. To a real-life Pentagon auditor.
Almost every audit I did was very obviously a wasteful project in one way or another.
Paul Kennedy worked as an auditor for the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office, an agency tasked with preventing waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. One of the programs he audited was the F-35, the most expensive weapon system in history with a total lifetime cost of over $2 trillion.
We were trying to see if they were managing the spare parts program, the best they can, and saving money whenever they can.
But what they found was often the opposite.
This is a report on the F-35 repair parts process.
Paul's report revealed that $34.5 million worth of spare parts were thrown out without approval.
We didn't watch it get destroyed. We don't know that it was actually destroyed. We didn't know if that was bad. We just simply know that there's a part here that you say was beyond economical repair, and you got rid of it. That would be like borrowing my car and selling the radio out of it because it didn't work anymore. No, you need my permission to do that.
Between 20...
That's a great analogy. Well played, sir. Well played.
And 2023, over 1 million spare parts for the F-35, worth over $85 million, were lost, damaged, or destroyed, according to a GAO report. So how exactly does the government get away with so much waste? Well, it's not the government doing it. The F-35 is made by Lockheed Martin, a multi-billion-dollar company and the U.S.'s biggest defense contractor.
Going back to the Revolutionary War, essentially, there have always been military contractors. One of the things that happens with defense contracting more than any other contracting with the federal government is something called a cost-type contract. The contractor is reimbursed for any what they call reasonable cost plus some kind of profit.
So if the government wants to build a new military aircraft like the F-35, it will pay a private company to design and manufacture it, and all the costs that go along with the project.
They then have no incentive to reduce costs because they know they're going to be reimbursed. And then on top of that, there's a profit built in that the government.
It's insane. We should take away the profit incentive and then audit costs. That's what we should do. If they don't pass, we shut it down. We just shut it down. It shouldn't be that difficult. Everybody's supposed to, do their taxes. Why can't the Pentagon account for what they're doing with them? It's ridiculous. And under Pete Hegseth, well, seems to be some very blatantly corrupt spending going on. Let's go here to Kyle Kalinske on Secular Talk. Selena Mary, I see you over on Vertical Stream. Just a reminder, we got all 3 different streams going. A lot of people haven't been getting recommended the regular stream. But everybody's over there on the regular stream. Nobody chats in the Vertical. There's like one person, Felix Prime. Which, well, by the way, welcome, Felix. Welcome, Felix. I see you chatting as well. But most people chat on the horizontal stream, which you can find by clicking the channel. By the way, reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and do please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as of course we are completely funded by individuals like you.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this. I see this going pretty viral here, but the New Republic says the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Hegseth, blew billions of dollars, billions with a B, on fruit basket stands, chairs, and crab. The Defense Department went on a $93 billion spending spree in 2025.
How do you spend $93 billion on chairs and crabs? How much crab do you get for $93 billion? I'm just trying to imagine how much crab that is. Sort of it's like a multiple warehouses full of crab.
My understanding is it was actually more like at the fucking end of it, like the last month, it was $93 billion. Okay, so take a look at this right here. Let me give you some of the specifics here. It was $225 million on furniture, $15.1 million on ribeye steaks, $5.3 million on Apple devices.
Okay, it's not $93 billion in crab, but still $7 million in lobster? How much lobster is $7 million worth of lobster? It's ridiculous. You know, it really is. $140,000 in donuts? Also, why would you ever need this many ice cream machines? $124,000 in ice cream? How much does an ice cream machine cost? Hold on. Jesus Christ, you can get an ice cream machine for $5,000. Which means he probably bought at least 20 ice cream machines. This is a commercial soft ice cream. I'm not fucking, this is RPM hardware. Commercial soft ice cream machine, $5,000. I mean, really? Look, it's an 8 amp, 60 hertz sale. Ooh, spring sale for 8% off. You can get even more ice cream machines for your money. But I mean, if you're the U.S. government, I mean, maybe you get an even better deal than that. Jesus Christ. This is ridiculous.
$6.9 million on lobster, $2 million on crab legs, $98,000 on a grand piano for a staffer's home, $12,000 on fruit basket stands, $140,000 on donuts, and $124,000 on ice cream machines. So again, we're talking $93 billion in one fucking month. Okay? Now, here's the part of the conversation that I don't see many other people bringing up. Most people are just taking this at face value, and they're going, okay, clearly he went on a spending spree. Clearly, you know, he doesn't give a fuck about how much he's spending and, you know, doesn't care about the taxpayers' money, et cetera, et cetera. I actually think it's more nefarious than that. I think this is kind of bullshit, and I think it was almost like an attempt to, like, launder what they're really doing with the money. I think they're basically pocketing a bunch of it. I can't prove it. I don't have evidence of it at the moment, but to me, this smells a lot like they didn't actually spend $225 million on furniture.
Yeah, seriously, it's an absurd number. $250 million on furniture? What, he furnished the state of Indiana or something? I think honestly, when I say that, even that sounds high. Somehow that sounds high. Like, I feel like you could furnish, like you could get you multiple states for $250 million of furniture. Certainly rural states like Indiana. $250 million? Speaking of furniture, on Throne, you could help crowdfund a, what do you call it? I can't even think of the word now. I have to look it on Throne. You could help fund a loft bed for my Earth apartment, which I put on there. I live in a coffin-sized apartment down there on planet Earth. I'm not up here in the space station doing the news. And I've recently realized I need to start going upwards with storage and other sorts of things. Basically everything. I need to go vertical. I've already gone. If you saw it, you'd be horrified. Okay? Like, I keep it clean, but it's so cramped in here. It's out of control. Just because I have so much stuff in what is 150 square feet of space. So, I mean, not that I expect us to do this in any rapid speed. We got, no rush on this, but since we're talking about spending $250 million on furniture, you could help crowdfund a loft bed for my Earth apartment. Really help me out. My life in terms of productivity, among other things. Not having to be as cramped as I am right now. Confirmed GSL as a vampire. Okay, no, it's not a literal coffin. It's just the size of a coffin. It's just coffin sized, not shaped. Because it's plenty of height. Plenty of height. If we go by cubic footage, we could really make some moves here, which is why loft bed is now something I'm trying to crowdfund over there on Throne. No rush once again. Although I do have a birthday in a few months coming up. I'm a Gemini. $150 square feet. That's intense. It's not counting the bathroom. So I guess technically a little bit more. Like 170, maybe, if you count the bathroom. Not a lot of walking room in there, though. Mostly taken up by either the shower or the toilet or the sink. Say about 80% of it's taken up by that stuff. What the fuck is a loft bed? It's a bed. It's like a bed with it's basically an adult. It's like adult bunk beds without the bunk at the bottom, which creates a bunch of floor space. Like a bunch of floor space where you can put shelves and other shit. Right? You put yourself up in the air to sleep. And my bed takes up like half. Like, I need like an adult-sized bed. So I have a queen bed in 150 square feet. Imagine that for a second, okay? It's taking up half of the room. It takes up half. The other half is for streaming. Half of my room is set up for sleeping. The other half is for streaming, okay? Honestly, that's part of the reason why I have to keep it so, like, I have to be on the cleaning around here. If I'm not on the cleaning, it's a disaster. It's an immediate disaster. It takes a half a second for it to turn into a disaster zone in here. All right, we're continuing. You have a 4,000 square foot house. Fancy. Very fancy. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah, right, okay. We got distracted because we were talking about all this furniture. All this money that the DOD is spending on furniture right now. I started talking about furniture that I need. Let's go now to the man himself. Pete Hegseth and Joint Chief Kane. "10 hours ago, C-SPAN live stream.
Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%.
Although they're still getting through, though. That's the other thing about this. There's two things about it. One, I've been saying, I think they're taking it down in terms of volume on purpose to be able to drag the United States into this longer and longer and longer because they know how much it's costing us to have our entire Navy parked in the Gulf and the Red Sea right now and like the surrounding area. Like they know it's costing us handily for multiple reasons, including the cost of oil skyrocketing. Right? We need that oil to run that fleet. That's the other thing. Is the cost of running that Navy, it becomes more expensive every single day that the cost of gas stays as high as it is. As oil continues to rise in cost, it makes the cost of running our fleet more expensive. Oh God, I'm just thinking about it right now. It's not good. And as a guy who talks about climate change all the time, I'm like horrified by all of this right now. I mean, I'm adamantly anti-war for multiple reasons. The human suffering of it all, of course, but the environment also comes into play because, of course, these sorts of things are terrible for the environment. Just blowing shit up, and this war includes a great bonus of blowing up oil fields and oil tankers and oil processing facilities and such. God. All this shit is just using up oil. Every single one of these planes and ships. And if this goes the way I'm thinking it's going, the Humvees that are going to be on the ground in Iran at some point. I could be wrong. I'd love to be wrong about that. Please let me be wrong. One time. One time.
One guy, one time.
Speaking of one guy, one time, let's go here to one of the clips that I have of Pete. We're not going to watch this whole fucking thing. We just can't. I can't do it. So we're going to handle Pete in a few brief clips. Starting here. AP from 6 hours ago. Pete Hegseth refuses to answer questions on what led to Iran school strike. There's a shocker. There's a shocker.
We're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians.
Who?
I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target. Iran does. We will investigate.
The United States doesn't. The United States doesn't target civilians. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, I know that Pete Hegseth is the guy who used to go on to Fox News back in the day, so long ago, to justify war crimes and claim that everybody in Iraq is a Muslim extremist. But this is the most laughable thing he's possibly said all week. Is this, did he say the United States doesn't target civilians? Blam. I know how much the administration loves AI, so let's use AI for this. Estimates of civilian deaths directly caused by U.S.-led post-9/11 wars from 2001 to 2023 in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, Yemen, and Pakistan exceed 432,000, according to Brown University's Costs of War project. Total violent deaths from these conflicts include combatants are estimated to be over 1 million. But we don't target civilians. They just happen to die. Right, Pete? They're just a inconvenient happenstance, I suppose. All right, let's go to this clip of Pete. Who had this to say about Iran's conduct in the Strait of Hormuz.
And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning, and the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt.
Now?
Everyone can rest assured that we are sure that we will ensure everything assuredly. And that's going to be fine, actually. I don't know what everybody's complaining about, says Pete. Thank you for the question. He's doing such a great job. I'm glad he's personally doing these press conferences finally. He's really showing his acumen as a PR man. He just said absolutely nothing. He had no response for why it is that the United States didn't seem to plan for it. He said there's a plan, and then he went on. It doesn't seem like, I mean, we certainly have done nothing to prevent what's happened in the Strait of Hormuz up to this point. So maybe that was the plan? I guess the plan, if this is according to plan, then we plan for multiple boats to get blasted into oblivion by Iran. Right? Because like we just saw the horrifying aftermath of those strikes in the Persian Gulf. Smoldering wreckage of what was formerly oil tankers, now just what is quickly rusting heaps of metal in the Gulf. And that was the plan. Wow. You would think we would have told people ahead of time. Just seems like sort of reckless disregard if you don't let your friends know you're planning to use them as what do you call it? Inconvenient casualties of war? Now, Peter here was asked about what success looked like at this press conference. Forbes breaking news with the clip from 7 hours ago. It's a great question. Everybody's been asking what that looks like. What is success?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks. What is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 12 days in, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about. What they want us to do, or what we should do, or what we should stay focused on. And again,
I love the hand movement from it. Can we watch that again? Spirit hands
in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about. What they want.
This fucking guy over here. Look at Pete over here with the theatrics. It's incredible. It's like a drama, some sort of musical drama over here. He's talking with his hands over here. It's fascinating. God, it's sort of, it's like a cloud of different, it's like a word cloud of different objectives, you know? It's sort of ethereal and unknowable. It's like, how does the president feel today? Great. I'm glad that we nailed that down. I'm assuming everybody listening now has a clear understanding of the objectives. Right? We're all together on this one? No? Weird.
It's weird.
Okay, to democracy now. 8 hours ago. Gideon Levy. Gideon Levy on for another interview with Amy Goodman.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Los Angeles with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. As we continue our coverage of the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran and the widening regional war, we go now to Israel. On Thursday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu proclaimed a new Middle East as Israel escalates its attacks on Iran and Lebanon.
Even now, it can be said with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran, this is no longer the same Middle East, and this is also not the same Israel. We are not waiting, we are initiating, we are attacking, and we are doing so with a force the like of which has not been seen before.
We go now to Tel Aviv, where we are joined by the award-winning Israeli journalist Gideon Levy. He writes for Haaretz and is a member of its editorial board. His latest pieces include "Everyone in this country has gone insane" and "The Israeli media are first and foremost IDF soldiers." Levy's latest book is titled "The Killing of Gaza: Reports on a Catastrophe." Gideon, welcome back to Democracy Now! I know you've just come out of a bomb shelter, an air shelter. If you can describe the scene inside there, and then why you say your country has gone crazy, and also talk about the media coverage.
Well, first of all, going to the shelter is always a very strange experience. We kind of got used, and we never got to get used. And it kind of became routine, as it will never be a normal routine, day and night. We are going quite often now also at nights. I can't foresee how this can last for many weeks or months, God forbid, but You know, in Ukraine, they hardly have shelters. So at least in part of Israel, not all over Israel, but at least in part of Israel, we gain this privilege of being protected. Now to your other questions. There is a strange phenomenon in which this war is so highly popular in Israeli public opinion, or in Jewish Israeli public opinion. I never saw such a thing. 93% of the Israelis Jews, according to a last survey by the Israeli Democracy Institute, 93% of the Israelis support this war. Those are North Korean figures. In no democracy, there is such a figure in a survey about any kind of question. 93% support the war. And this comes after 2.5 years of another war, which didn't conclude with big success. I mean, the war in Gaza. 70,000 victims, 1,000 babies killed. What for? What did Israel gain exactly? But let's put it aside. Where are we aiming now? Where does this lead us? Nobody knows. I mean, all kinds of slogans and cliches in the air, changing regimes. And meanwhile, there are 6 million. I just made now the account when you mentioned it, Amy. 6 million human beings are now homeless because of Israel.
Yeah, it's a disturbing fucking figure. We were talking about it earlier. It is fucking disturbing just how many people are now, as he said, homeless, refugees of war. The United States is 100%, it's not just Israel. I know Gideon Levy speaks as an Israeli, but I mean, as an American, it's not just you guys. It's the United States and Israel doing it. The United States is creating these refugees. The United States is funding and in joint the military action creating these refugees. Maybe not every single one of them. Maybe some of them are just getting funded and not getting the military action, like Lebanon. I don't know. Honestly, don't know how much the United States is participating in that. It's hard to say. Mostly, I mean, how can you believe anything that's even coming out of these guys' mouth? And there's no way of differentiating in some degree unless you have like videos of it all. Some of it's easy, like with the Tomahawk missiles, because that's the United States is the only nation in this conflict that has them. But the bombs, they're all American made. All the munitions and all that stuff, it's all American made. God damn, the stream is going so long. So much longer than I was hoping. Although we're making fairly good progress right now. We got like 10 videos left, slightly less actually. But it's been almost 5 freaking hours of this. I was hoping to keep it to 4. Because we have a whole other stream we gotta do. It's gonna start soon-ish, hopefully. That's right. We're doing 2 different streams, mostly because I fear that we're going to go over 12 hours with how much stuff I have to talk about tonight. The week has been fucking insane. Which means we got to take a break at some point and switch over to that. I've already made the thumbnail and the video, like, whatever you call it, details are prepared for it and everything. Just got to switch us over to that. And I will probably take a brief break between this and then. Let's go here to CNN. talk about whether or not the Trump administration properly estimated the difficulty of all of this before getting involved in the invasion of a foreign nation.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
So, not prepared for something that administrations have been talking about for decades?
Yeah, look, this is reporting from CNN's Zach Cohen, Phil Mattingly, Kevin Liptak, and Kylie Atwood, and it gets into just how problematic what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is one of the world's most important energy chokeholds in the country. It's responsible for 20% of the global crude oil that comes out of that very key waterway. And what they're learning, our colleagues, is that essentially that while key officials from the Department of Energy and the Department of Treasury were present for a lot of these briefings, what is typical in planning for something of this magnitude, an operation, military operation of this magnitude in the Middle East, they said that the agency analysis and forecast that would be integral elements of the decision-making process in past administrations were secondary considerations here. Now, I think one of the key things is what the administration is actually going to do about this, John. And what we've heard from top officials and what our colleagues are hearing from their sources involved in some of the planning on this is that it could be weeks before the Trump administration's efforts to really try and alleviate the impact of what is happening in the Strait can actually take effect. We have heard many officials kind of talk about the possibility of having the U.S. Navy go in and escort some of these oil tankers and ships.
And that's never happening. If it does, we're inviting attacks on these ships themselves. They become sitting ducks. And the fact is like, just to be clear, just for you to all think about this for a second. Like, if U.S. Navy ships go to escort these ships that are under attack and to prevent them from being struck while going through the strait, what happens? What happens? Ask yourself, what happens here? All right? What happens is they shoot missiles and anti-aircraft, whatever, like anti-drone, whatever, right? Interceptors. They shoot interceptors at what's going at those ships. What does Iran do? They have another fleet coming right behind it, targeting the ships. So while they're focused on one thing, the Navy becomes the actual target. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they get the Navy to take their eye. They become sitting ducks. And it's a terrible plan. It's never going to happen. Militarily, it's a fucking failed strategy. If it does happen, we expect even higher casualties than we've already seen. We've already got a baker's dozen troops dead as a result of this. That is going to be much, much worse. There's like 100+ people on some of these Navy, like these, the battleships, aircraft carriers. It'd be a fucking disaster is what it is. Let's talk about U.S. media coverage of this war. France 24 English, 8 hours ago.
Days after the U.S. joined Israel in launching surprise attacks on Iran, and many American politicians still did not understand the Trump administration's justification.
There are times when you go into a classified session and you walk out and you have a better understanding about the gravity of the situation and the rationale behind the military action. This is not one of those times.
The administration also failed to convince the public. Most polls show Americans are either skeptical or flat out opposed to this war. But ahead of November's midterm elections, Republicans have been making media rounds trying to quell anger over rising gas prices.
short-term disruption for the long-term gain. Short-term pain be for long-term gain. Short-term pain for long-term gain.
What you talking about?
Repetitive messages are often effective messages, and that's in stark contrast to the broader communication strategy. Politico's playbook wrote that, quote, government messaging during times of war is normally incredibly tight, with spokespeople parroting the official lines ad nauseum. There's no freelancing, no divergence of thought is permitted because the stakes are simply too high. Yet the past week from this administration has been the total opposite, and we're witnessing the results. Look at this clip put together by CNN.
And we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
I don't know if this is technically a war.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
This isn't a war. We haven't declared war.
The Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, said today this is a war.
We set the terms of this war from start to finish.
Nobody should classify this as war. It is combat operations.
War is hell.
And to be fair, the Trump presidency is not the first administration to have trouble calling a spade, prompting Reason magazine to make this satirical video.
Welcome back to Is It War? World War I. War. Correct. World War II. War. Correct. The First and Second Iraq War. War. They identify as military action. It's a bit like pronouns, except we kill people. All right, how about Libya? War. I'm sorry, that was kinetic action, not a war. Iran. It's a war. Now? We're doing war things. No, not war things. Preemptive retaliatory de-escalation action. No, that's not a thing.
It would almost be funny if it wasn't a war or was a war. You get it. And like with any war, there has been propaganda on both sides of the conflict. The White House was criticized for a video that mixed footage from the Call of Duty video game along with clips of American missile strikes inside Iran. And in a case of tit-for-tat trolling, a few days later, Iran released this AI-generated video replacing humans with Legos and blaming the U.S. and Israel for the attack on the girls' elementary school.
It was also we watched it earlier. It was also very heavy on the Epstein files. A lot of Epstein files based burns.
Yeah, that strike
in this video
occurred during the opening hours of the initial assault on Iran and killed more than 170 people, most of them schoolgirls. Now, the New York Times was one of several newsrooms, including CNN, the Associated Press, Bellingcat, to analyze satellite imagery, verified videos, and other material to conclude that the U.S. was likely responsible. CBS's Face the Nation is one of America's longest-running news programs. Since coming under new ownership, though, CBS has been accused of appeasing the Trump administration. When Democrat Tim Kaine was on, and his interview abruptly ended when he mentioned the school strike. Take a look.
Some of the Americans that are still being held in Iran, do you have any idea what is being done to protect them?
I do not, and I fear about that. Look, if school kids are being killed in bombing, likely U.S. bombing, although the president and the Secretary of Defense are now trying to invent a claim that it was Iran. If school kids are being killed, I worry about the fate of U.S. citizens who are being held prisoners there.
Well, we know the military is investigating that, Secretary Hegseth has said, in regard to the girls' school. We have to leave it there.
U.S. officials have tried to distance themselves from the school strike. Donald Trump even suggested that Iran may have bombed itself.
I love how CBS, like I used to have some modicum of respect for CBS long ago. And now they're just a full-on arm of the Trump regime. It's fantastic. This is a great timeline. Have I ever mentioned that? It's my favorite timeline.
Here's Tucker Carlson, the conservative, contrarian, and conspiratorial talk show host.
You have to believe that was accidental, despite the fact it was hit twice, 40 minutes apart. Looks very much like a double tap, which is to say a bombing and then an attack on the people coming to rescue the injured. But as an American, you have to believe this was a tragic mistake. But we have to verify that, because if you wake up in the morning and you're living in the kind of country that thinks it's okay to kill not simply military officers, but their daughters, that country's not worth fighting for.
A preliminary.
Oh. What? What's happening right now? What is happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
U.S. military investigation has since found that the U.S. was responsible, saying it was due to a targeting mistake by military planners. And remember, back in 2016, Republicans said a vote for Democrat Kamala Harris was a vote for war, and a vote for Donald Trump was a vote for peace. Here's Jon Stewart.
That's why they voted for him. The doctrine, peace through strength. And now they support Trump for a very different reason.
The president's not afraid to take action with hard power when necessary.
The Iranian government found out what the Trump doctrine is all about, and that is mess around and find out.
Donald Trump has the guts, the balls, and the vision to do things that nobody else will do.
I'm going to leave the balls thing alone for now. But how quickly the right has gone from peace through strength to peace through war. And we're all just along for the ride in a war with no clear purpose, no end in sight. It's all just at the whims of Donald Trump.
Let's bring in our guest, Negar Mortazavi, an Iranian-American journalist and political analyst. Negar, thank you for patiently waiting.
Thanks for having me.
It's easy for journalism to get lost in the fog of war. But what has struck you about U.S. media coverage?
Well, this is something that's not just limited to Iran. We've seen this all the way back to the invasion of Iraq, and now in the past 2 years when it comes to
Okay. Not to cut her off, but I gotta keep this frickin' stream moving or I'm gonna get in trouble with time. I'm already having to edit the time for the for the stream, the upcoming stream. But I felt that the montage from France 24 was quite good, sort of showing the difference. I mean, the narratives going around in the United States. There's not a whole lot of difference. It's mostly just insane. It's just ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, let's go now to Democracy Now! From 8 hours ago to Lebanon, where I think we're basically going to end this. We're going to end this with the live stream from Al Jazeera, actually. But we're going to end our clips in Lebanon. All right.
The United Nations is estimating more than 4 million people have been displaced in the Middle East in the 2 weeks since the U.S. and Israel launched their unprovoked war on Iran. About 3.2 million people in Iran have been displaced and over 800,000 in Lebanon. We begin today's show in Lebanon, where Israeli strikes have killed nearly 700 people over the past 2 weeks. Israel's expanded its bombing campaign to target areas of central Beirut. Israeli officials have also expanded a forced evacuation order for southern Lebanon, almost doubling the size of the zone. Earlier today, Israel targeted a key bridge over the Litani River, a major crossing point between southern and northern Lebanon. Israel defended the attack on civilian infrastructure, claiming the bridge was also used by members of Hezbollah. This comes as Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says Israel plans to expand its occupation of areas in southern Lebanon until Hezbollah is disarmed. Earlier today, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres arrived in Beirut. He wrote online, quote, "I have just landed in Beirut for a visit of solidarity with the people of Lebanon. They did not choose this war. They were dragged into it," unquote. Guterres called on Israel and Hezbollah to negotiate a ceasefire and stop the war. We go now to Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, where we're joined by Layla Yunus, who has been reporting on the war for Dropsite News. Layla, thanks so much for being with us again. If you can describe what's happening on the war as Israel expands the zone that it is demanding people evacuate from southern Lebanon beyond.
Yes, Amy. So the people of Lebanon got another displacement order from the Israelis to now evacuate the region between the Litani River and the Zahrani River. So this is practically the vast majority of southern Lebanon is now under displacement orders. That is approximately 15% of the country. I think it's important for listeners who are not familiar with Lebanon to understand this is a very small country and one with densely populated urban areas. There aren't a lot of places for people to go. The government has opened a number of shelters across Beirut, but many people there have told me that they don't feel safe. I visited a shelter in Bir Hassan, which is a neighborhood on the outskirts of the southern suburbs of Dahieh, which has actually also been targeted during this war, this escalation, I should say. And people there told me that they have been struggling to sleep the nights from the bombing, which is very close by, and that sometimes they'll get the area will get a warning for the nearby neighborhood of Jnah or even Bir Hassan or an area close by, and then they'll pick up their things and they'll get in their car and they'll drive to the waterfront and they'll spend the night sleeping in their car or in a tent on the sand. But Amy, even
Of course, we just saw an airstrike on the waterfront, the place that this woman just said everybody is fleeing to. So really, nowhere is safe.
There is no longer safe. I 2 nights ago was at Ramlat al-Bayda, which is a beach on the end of the Beirut promenade, on the southern end of the promenade. I was there, I kind of watched the sunset, I was observing, there were many displaced people. They had pitched tents, the sunset, people took out their hookahs, had their iftars. I go home, a few hours later, massive massacre. Right there where I was at Ramlat al-Bayda, a drone fired several bombs on these displaced people in their tents and on the sidewalk, and killing 8, injuring at least 30 others. And again, this is an area in central Beirut, not an area where there is a displacement order. And while Israel has been issuing warnings for some buildings or areas like the neighborhood of Bashura, which is actually very close to where I am right now, there are these other drone attacks where people are being killed, where there are no warnings issued in advance. We saw that happen as well last night in another area of Beirut, in Burj Hamoud, in Jnah as well. So, despite these absolutely sweeping displacement orders, we are seeing, people actually being targeted, mostly displaced people outside of those areas, and the massacres are multiplying. A massacre just today in Saida, killing 8. We saw Syrian refugees displaced already killed, 7 killed in a massacre in Thameen in the Beqa Valley, a massive massacre in Nabishit, also in the Beqa Valley, when the Israelis tried to do a nighttime incursion by helicopter. So the death toll, as you read in your news updates, it's mounting. We are at almost 700 people in under 2 weeks. That's approximately 50 people a day. We're reaching numbers that we saw during certain periods of the Gaza genocide here in Lebanon.
Yeah, and actually, we're gonna listen to this whole thing because she's the one who broke me earlier today with this statistic that she throws out here at the end of this video.
And Leila, what's been the response of the Lebanese government, especially in view of the fact that some of these Israeli attacks, as you mentioned, have been actually even in downtown Beirut?
The Lebanese government has condemned the attacks. They have also condemned Hezbollah. So at the UN Security Council yesterday, the Lebanese representative opened up his remarks by distancing the Lebanese government from Hezbollah, saying the Lebanese people did not ask for this war, saying that the government was willing to enter direct negotiations with Israel, which is unprecedented. Lebanon considers Israel an enemy state. It's important to recall the 18-year occupation of southern Lebanon from 1982 to 2000. And so usually Lebanon has mediators that are involved in these types of negotiations. Now the government is sort of pushing forth, saying, let's talk, we want to negotiate. But reportedly, the White House is actually not answering the prime minister's phone calls. And I think it's also very important to note that this bodes very poorly for the people of Lebanon, because the civilian infrastructure, which is now, as of today, you read in your news updates, 2 bridges were targeted, are beginning to be targeted, and the Americans sort of have given the Lebanese government guarantees that the airport and the port will not be bombed as they were in the 2006 war. But now the Americans sort of giving the cold shoulder to the Lebanese government. It's not clear how long those guarantees will actually hold up.
And also, could you talk about the ability of Hezbollah to continue to fire rockets into Israel, given supposedly Israel's crippling strikes on the organization in past attacks in Lebanon?
Hezbollah is firing barrages of rockets towards Israel, but the Israeli defense systems are very good at intercepting them. I believe a couple have fallen within Israel. They've been targeting particularly missile defense systems, these rocket attacks, but they have been so far not very successful in creating widespread damage in Israel. The Israeli defense systems are very good at intercepting the types of rockets that Hezbollah launches, and I think it's also important to note. We don't know exactly what Hezbollah's capacity is. Vast weapons stores that they once had were destroyed during the 66-day war in the fall of 2024, and then also over the course of the so-called ceasefire, which was not really a ceasefire. Remember, the United Nations counted over 15,000 violations of the ceasefire reached between Lebanon and Israel in 2024. So basically, over the past year and a half, Israel has been bombing Lebanon on a daily basis, and bombing particularly, in addition to killing over 300 civilians, has been bombing, routinely bombing Hezbollah weapons stores. So it's not exactly clear how much capacity Hezbollah has. They've ceasefire, which was not really a ceasefire. 2024, and then also over the course of the so-called ceasefire, which was not really a ceasefire. Remember, the United Nations counted over 15,000 violations of the ceasefire reached between Lebanon and Israel.
Did everyone hear that number? 15,000. How were we not talking about that more? The United Nations said that 15,000 violations of the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel were done by the IDF. It's insane. There was no ceasefire. There's no ceasefire. It was such bullshit. And we've been, the way that, I've been saying this whole time, the way that we've been sold this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah is complete bullshit. The media has been claiming Hezbollah is I've been trying to push back on it, but 15,000? I mean, I've been oh God, it's mind-boggling how anyone can think that Israel's not the aggressor in every single one of these fucking circumstances. They're just living, I don't know, it's beyond me. They're just living in some sort of alternate universe. 15,000 violations. And we're told that they were supposedly peace. We were told, Hezbollah broke the ceasefire. Really?
In 2024. So basically, over the past year and a half, Israel has been bombing Lebanon on a daily basis, and bombing particularly, in addition to killing over 300 civilians, has been bombing, routinely bombing Hezbollah weapons stores. So it's not exactly clear how much capacity Hezbollah has. Where they've really seen the most success has actually been targeting Israeli soldiers who are inside of Lebanon, and thereby not protected by those missile defense systems, firing anti-tank missiles towards Israelis in the town of El Khiyam, for example.
Okay. I'm gonna end this stream with the final clip of the night grape job. Well, not of this. Let's go to the live stream from Al Jazeera. Let's see what's happening, hopefully, right now. If I can get the live stream to load. There we go.
Set the tone from the White House with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's presser pushed across social media.
Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated.
Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah of Iran, is based here in the United States and has also taken to social media, echoing that White House line that the final struggle is here and telling Iranians not to sacrifice themselves for the Iranian government. But among American conservatives, there's a split from that line. Megyn Kelly, a former Fox News host and influential conservative podcaster, reposting this 5-month-old status from Charlie Kirk, who was murdered late last year, saying he saw the truth. His key messages: war would be a catastrophic mistake and could easily become a calamity.
That's all for now from Washington, D.C. From the nation's capital, we'll keep following the decisions that shape America and influence the world. Do stay with us as we head back to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha.
And that's it from me, Sarah Khairat, for this news hour. I will be back, though, with the latest updates on the war, of course, with all of our live coverage between the war of US, Iran and Israel.
The latest news as it breaks.
The war has even split Trump's MAGA base, with some of his hardcore supporters saying he's gone from America first to Israel first.
With detailed coverage.
The Sri Lankan Navy have been working in the seas to try and recover as many survivors and bodies.
From around the world.
Bangladesh's new government may soon be facing serious economic challenges caused by a distant war.
Can you really bomb only on Al Jazeera?
On counting the cost. From Europe to Asia, countries are searching for alternatives to Middle East.
All right, I'm going to skip back because it's just a bunch of Al
Consider
Jazeera
this
shit
decision.
here.
So it seems that he's saying, and as
here
you
we
were
go.
saying, this is
Okay.
incredibly important.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalating.
Only on Al Jazeera.
Not just in Iran, but also that Iran is levying towards Israel.
Yes, Riley, the Iranians have announced the 46th wave of the so-called Operation True Promise. They talked about heavy missiles against Israel and other targets in the region, and that's the daily routine here in Iran. The thing about it is that while the Americans and the Israelis are talking every single day about obliterating the Iranian infrastructure, particularly the missiles, the ballistic missiles infrastructure, and the capabilities of Iran to launch more missiles, we see a consistency in the number of missiles and also the weight of those missiles from 1 ton to 2 tons per warhead. That's something that is very outstanding in this war, that Iranians are not about, Iranians are not about to seem to be defeated in this war or seem to be crushed. They are doing the same thing they have been doing from day one. Iran has received also a lot of bombardment during the day. Some of that happened here in Tehran, very close to our office. We're not sure about the nature of the targets, but we know that it is like almost everywhere in Tehran during the day and also during the night. And other cities, including Isfahan, Kish, Kharaj, west of Tehran, also received lots of bombings during the day. The Iranians are defiant and they are saying that this is not going to change the course of action for them. They are still launching missiles, heavy missiles on Israel and other targets in the Gulf region, as I said.
Ahmed, I want to ask you about this strike on Harg Island that the U.S. president announced just a few minutes ago, saying that the United States carried out strikes against every military target on the island. How significant is this?
Well, Harg Island is near the Strait of Hormuz. It's very interesting. The Americans probably are targeting it because they think that that's where the Iranians launch attacks on ships that they don't want to cross the strait. But Iran, if you look at the map, Iran is really in control of that strait geographically, because some of that strait passes just almost through an indenture in the Iranian map, and they surround it from 3 areas there at that choke point. So they have lots of locations, lots of mountainous and very difficult geographic scenes there, and where they can launch from their attacks. So Harj is very interesting because most of the Iranian oil is exported from there. But President Trump said that the attack has spared the oil facilities there. So the first stage for them is to weaken the military presence of the Iranians on Harj Island. It's fascinating that they haven't done that from day one, because it's been almost more than 2 weeks now since the Iranians have been trying to prevent, or working very efficiently to prevent, the passage of oil from the Harj Island. And that should have been the first target, according to military analysts, if you talk to them, to this.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the live stream now. Hopefully they're...
military installation in the island gives the impression that it is full of military installations. And I don't think it's prudent for Iran to keep a lot of its military in that place right now. Just my personal assessment. Regarding the talk about this particular type of possibilities, and particularly Harg Island and the other islands in the region there, the Parliament Speaker, Mohammed Baqir Qalibaf, just a day ago, he tweeted on X saying, "Any aggression against Iranian islands will shatter all restraint. We will abandon all restraint and make the Persian Gulf run with the blood of invaders. The blood of American soldiers is Trump's personal responsibility." So the Iranians, we can say, have been anticipating this development in the course of the war, because that's where actually most of the interests are located for this war, the Gulf region, the exportation of oil and so on. And it's a bit far from the Strait of Hormuz, but it is the same geographic area, and it's very interesting. So we understand that Iranians are anticipating this, and probably they have their precautions for it.
And John, in Washington, D.C., John Holman, Trump there trying to tie this, it seems, with the Strait of Hormuz. That's what he put in there, that, if anyone doesn't open it, then we will reconsider this decision and perhaps target more than just military assets on this island.
Illegal.
Yeah, targeting more than military assets is a fucking war crime. What else would you target aside from civilians? What else is there? If it's not military.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds like a president who's definitely trying to make the next move here, who's trying to regain the initiative. It hasn't been any secret that Iran's main point of leverage in this conflict seems to be its control of the Strait of Hormuz, not allowing ships to go past there, and thus really affecting the world's energy market. There's been a lot of talk, not just from the States, but from the different countries that make up the International Energy Agency, the 32 countries there, of what they're going to do. 400 million barrels of oil have had to be agreed to be released from strategic reserves, and oil prices have gone up. So that's been the big point of leverage for Iran. Now President Trump is trying, obviously, to up the ante by saying that if you don't do this, if you don't free up the Strait of Hormuz, I'm going to then decimate your own oil industry. Mohammed's just told us there how important this is to Iran. So now it remains to be
So they're gonna blow up oil sites. Is that what I'm to understand? Great. It's completely petty and insane. Ah, for the love of God.
What the next move is. Will Iran de-escalate, open up the strait? Will this escalate things even further with other moves?
And Mohammed, back to you in Iran. I mean, you know, there is obviously this threat when it comes to Kurdish island, but we've also seen a defiant Iranian leadership today coming out, being seen, at least some of the leaders, and also another wave confirmed by the Iranians, a 47th wave of missiles towards the region.
Sarah, they have just announced the 48th wave, actually. And this is an interesting development in the war, because during the first few days, it was like every day we hear about a new wave. Now we are hearing about like an interval of a few hours between one wave and the other. So that's contrary to what the Americans and the Israelis are saying, that Iran's capabilities are being dramatically reduced in terms of the capacity to react and to send missiles on Israel and other targets. So a new wave, number 48, has just been announced, and it has been done jointly with Hezbollah in Lebanon, according to the announcement they made, and mostly against targets in Israel. Regarding the defiance, the day was a very unique day of the year. It's the last Friday of March, and that's usually when the Iranians take to the streets in solidarity with Palestine, and particularly the Aqsa Mosque. They call it Al-Quds Day. So it's very interesting that even in the middle of this war and the devastation and the bombardment everywhere, particularly here in Iran, the Iranians have kept to that tradition and have taken to the streets in their hundreds of thousands, not only in Tehran, but also in other cities. The other interesting development today is that while Donald Trump and his Secretary of War were speaking about Iranian leaders hiding like rats in order not to be killed, the Iranian leaders actually came out and joined the crowds in the streets, particularly the president and the foreign minister and many other high-ranking officials in the country. They were visiting in the streets among the people. They talked to the media, and that's a strong message both by the people and by the leadership here in Iran, that they're not about to be intimidated or forced to bow down or to leave the struggle and the fight for their country.
Okay. I think that's where we're going to leave this stream. Now, for anybody who's just turning in, that doesn't mean we're done for the night. Yes, I know many of you are confused. Wait, this is when we usually start streams. That's right. And that's why this is the first of 2 streams tonight. That's right, you got 5.5 hours of Iran coverage. We are now going to switch to the week ending report in about an hour. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to try and... God, what do? I gotta, like... I'm gonna walk to get food somewhere down on Earth. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All right, everybody, that's going to end our Iran-specific coverage for the night. We'll be back with another stream tonight.
Immediately, if not
very
sooner.
Soon. Well, we've gotten through another stream. It's pretty long and fairly difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me for now. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dog, Saren W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noep, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Niche, Becky, D. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wheel in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benny Hanna, 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.